All right, friends. I think we're live on just about everywhere other than TikTok. Give me one moment. We'll get live on TikTok. Ba-ba-ba. All right. Boom. We're live on TikTok and we're about to be live on Facebook. We are live on Facebook. Well, it's connecting. Welcome in, friends. Hey, glad to have you here and excited for another stream today. We're going to be doing a Pick Your Poison stream. It's kind of fun to do the Pick Your Poison stream. It gives the guest, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe the appearance of being in control, I think is what I would say. Oh boy. Nevertheless, hey, welcome in, friends. I am, give me 1 second. I'm just going to add the Facebook chat to my chat aggregation so that I can see all the Facebook chats. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll, friends. It looks like I got the Discord aggregated as well. And I think it should be working. Cool. All right, cool. All right. We're going to get both guest boxes open. I got TikTok guest box open now. The Video Ninja guest room is open as well. So if in fact, what is this? If in fact you're not watching on TikTok, you can still join. Just use the link that you see on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ live. You don't have to have TikTok. We're not going to ask for your email address. You don't have to have an account with anybody. You don't have to give us any personal information. You just got to punch that into your web browser and make sure you've got some kind of a microphone to talk into, and you're good to go. That's it. That's all it takes to come up here and prove me wrong on any of these topics. God doesn't exist. Hey, this seems easily, if God does exist, it'd be easily proven. Homosexuality is not wrong. Listen, I've yet to hear a compelling argument for why anyone would think that it's wrong. Jesus was a fraud, obviously. We know this, and Christians should be pro-abortion, naturally, because the Bible is pro-abortion. Talk even post-birth abortion, I would say. And also, if you're a Christian, you should believe in the flat Earth. The Bible's flat Earth. You should believe in the flat Earth. Unless you just don't think the Bible is an authority. In that case, I guess you're off the hook. But friends, while we're waiting for guests to load up, let me grab some super chats. Texas Panhandler, great to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, first, you are indeed the first super chat of the stream today. Skeleton was making the rounds this week. I think the spirit of debate may have abandoned him. He should look to Doug for inspiration. He really should. If he would look to Doug for inspiration rather than lying about his education, then he might be solid rather than a goopy crash out mess. I was actually a little bit shocked that it took him that long to crash out. At the beginning of the stream, I was already told by some of the audience members that he was crashing out on other live streams. So I was like, well, here we go. If he's gonna come to unapologetic, like if he crashed out on Joel and John's stream, yeah, he's definitely gonna crash out on unapologetic. Joel and John are like super chill, so especially John. Which, by the way, I went last night to watch the crash out on John Cohen's stream. It was good. It was a good crash out. Roy Williams, thank you for the 99-cent agape and helping make a deconstruct. Good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It's a beautiful afternoon in Kansas for this cookout. Well, Kansas is known for their barbecue. Did I see John Cohen say you two will be live tomorrow? That's true. Tomorrow night, John Cohen and I are doing a special live stream. We'll be cooking believers and then also going to be raising some funds for our good friend Spence, who he's having a go right now. He's having a tough go. So we're gonna be tag teaming tomorrow. But so yes, rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and may Puff bless you all. Indeed, may Puff, and I would probably say Spanky as well. Shirley Temple, good to see ya. Says hi everybody. Hope we get some good cooking today. Gay for Justin. Well, Shirley, I think we're going to get some good cooking today. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for supporting the show. And Julie, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, what does Revelation 2:9 mean? My family uses the verses to justify Black Hebrew Israelite agenda. They also show slave maps. Oh God. Now, Deuteronomy 28. It's a shame that the Black Hebrew Israelite movement doesn't read all of the blessing and cursings from Deuteronomy. If you read the whole thing, it would be pretty clear that it's just not talking about what they want it to be talking about. There's a lot of stuff in that chapter that doesn't happen. Yes, it's true that when you're taken as slaves, as a people group, it looks vaguely similar. You know, every people group that's ever been rounded up and turned into slaves, we're going to have some crossover with Deuteronomy 28. But Revelation says, I know your affliction and your poverty, even though you are rich. I know the slander on the part of those who say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Okay, so there's a couple things happening in Revelation, especially when they're talking about the the failures of the various churches. The one I believe in Smyrna, if I'm remembering the correct one, let me see. It was the one in Smyrna, I believe, not Pergamum. It could be Thyatira. Let me double check though. Because one of these churches, or one of these cities, actually was like incredibly wealthy, and they actually they got like destroyed in a natural disaster, and like the Roman government offered to help them rebuild, and they're like, no, fuck it, we got it. Like, so they were actually really well off, and so it might be a Laodicea. Let's see. Yeah, it's okay. So Laodicea was the church I was thinking of. All right, so we've got two churches mentioned here that have some sort of wealth. I assume you're referring to the synagogue of Satan remark. The synagogue of Satan, I mean, typically is just referring to people who are like practicing like this form of Jewish Christianity, like what like the person who wrote Revelation would be into. But they're doing pagan rituals, right? So if you read through Revelation chapter 2, it talks about how some of these churches are kind of profaning the religion through their pagan worship. So the synagogue of Satan is just referring to a gathering of people. That's what a synagogue is, who are, what he's alleging are like doing Satan's work, or perhaps even worshiping Satan. But I don't think that's the implication here. One thing you do have to remember is, like, the phrase synagogue today is like super formal. Like, we know what synagogue means. So like, excuse me. When someone says I'm going to synagogue, you know what that means. They're going to go to a Jewish version of a church. Back when this was written, though, synagogue was a little more generic. It could refer to just about any gathering of people. So it didn't have to be necessarily like a religious gathering, although a lot of them were. So when these people are referred to as a synagogue of Satan, it doesn't mean necessarily that the Jewish people are considered the synagogue of Satan, which is how a lot of people would interpret this. DJ Mac, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, time to get cooking. Rock hard for Doug, super gay for Justin, and simply wet for Sharon. DJ, that is the case. Now, we've had a little bit of a slow start getting the multi-topic prompt to bite with believers, but hopefully we're gonna get it happening here tonight. That is the goal. In fact, I'm going to move the super chat window real quick so that it covers less of the prompt. And hopefully that will people will be able to see the first item at least and be like, oh, fuck you, God definitely does exist. Well, like, prove it, dog. Still attacks a bit. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, funniest Justin quote, Jesus is staying away longer because you're here. To the, yeah, with the sword of God. Yeah, that was a good one. Sometimes I say some shit that's kind of funny. I don't always, like, when I say stuff like that, I don't always know it's about to come out of my mouth. Like, most of what I say is actually really well thought out. But when we have a guest that's just raging and I feel like it's just time to ad hom, I don't typically actually know what's going to come out of my mouth. It's all happening in real time. And Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the super chat. I'm just saying, Quanta not Blitz would have been way funnier. Listen, Gretchen, I love you, but I think it depends on what do you find funnier. Do you find funnier the sound association or the spelling association? And I thought it was more concealed to go with the sound association, and that's fine. I think you're allowed to have your opinion, and I'm not saying it wouldn't have been funny. It certainly would have been funny, my friend. And Grazi, thank you for your donation, friend. I appreciate that. Also, ontological shock. Good to see you here, friend. Thanks for the email, by the way. We're going to have to talk about that. It says, happy Monday, Justin and friends in chat. How are the burbs going? I haven't seen them in a little bit. Okay, so the burbs are doing well. They're in the room across the hall, and I'm trying to, what's the word? We've stepped back a little bit from having a lot of contact time, like forced contact time, and we're allowing them to like come to us more, so that it doesn't feel like we're opening the cage and like reaching in and grabbing them. You know what I mean? In fact, last time I got them out, I just used a rod, because they stand on the wooden rods, to get them out rather than my hand reaching in for them. Nevertheless, we're trying to, we're kind of adjusting, since they're still new here, we're trying to adjust our methods slightly so that they're more comfortable with human interaction. But as soon as we they get to a point where they feel like we're flock members, we'll probably have them quite a bit. Carnage is doing a great job with them, by the way. They both love Carnage. They don't love me as much, and we'll have to see about that. But they're still. It takes birds a while to warm up. Sometimes 2 to 3 months, maybe 4 months, sometimes to really get acclimated to a new flock and a new environment. Herbie Shine, good to see you. Thank you for the 20-pound super chat. Appreciate it. I got a check. Wait, I got a name check from Skeleton on his last stream. No way. I was responding to some of his shiz. Do you know anything about Murray Vassar's article on Revelation 18? Someone on Promise's Facebook mentioned it. I haven't read it yet. I don't think I know who Murray Vassar is, actually. Let me double check. And I was in discussion with Promise. We were going to do a stream together. And I apologize. We just haven't had time to make it happen. But Murray Vassar does have a website. It looks like they are in biblical studies. Let me see if I could find a CV on them. Okay, so Murray Vassar is a PhD candidate. So he hasn't finished yet, and he's at Asbury. Oh, okay. Asbury's a good seminary. Asbury is one of those what you might describe as like a small seminary, but they do a really good job educationally. They don't. They're not like indoctrinating their students on purpose. The only professor let's see. Let me get the book for you. There's one professor that was at Asbury, and they did a book. It was Craig Keener on miracles, and I regret to say that as much as I like Craig Keener, his book on miracles is a lot of coping and wishful thinking. But other than that, everything I've seen from Asbury seems pretty good. In fact, my first Old Testament course, I think our introductory textbook in college was done by somebody that worked at Asbury. I have to double check, but nevertheless, it's a fine seminary. So I'm sure Murray is getting a good education. And the article on Revelation 18, let me see what it is in 18. That should be when the beast is getting ready to be vanquished. Yeah, the fall of Babylon. Okay, so the fall of Babylon. Yeah, but unfortunately, I don't know what was written by Murray. So give me a second. I'm gonna type in let's see, Revelation 18 by Murray Vassar and see which articles come up. Bodies and Souls: The Case for Reading Revelation 18:13 as a critique of the slave trade. Oh, that would be interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. So the verse he's referring to says, the merchants of the earth weep and mourn for her, since no one buys their cargo anymore. Cargo of gold, silver, jewels, and pearls, fine linen, purple silk, and scarlet, all kinds of scented wood, all articles of ivory, all articles of costly wood, bronze, iron, and marble, cinnamon, spice, incense, myrrh, frankincense, wine, oil, choice flour, wheat, cattle, sheep, horses, chariots, slaves, and human lives. Yeah, so this is saying that Babylon, Rome, is going to weep when they fall, because nobody is buying their stuff anymore, not even their slaves. It has nothing to do with whether or not slavery was bad. I mean, if that was true, if this is a rebuke of slavery, then it would be a fucking rebuke of wine, olive oil, flour, frankincense. Slaves are just one of the items in the list. I haven't read the article yet. Maybe he makes a good point, but right at the onset, it doesn't sound promising. Supersonic Fury, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, when you get your PhD, does that make you a scholar, or is there extra steps? And will you be doing more lives, a moderated debate with famous apologists? So probably, yeah. In fact, I'm hoping here in the near future to get some larger debates scheduled. October 10th, Ian, Blitz, and I are doing a live in-person debate in the Bronx, sponsored by Pegburn. The people who did the Jordan Peterson, Matt Dillahunty conversation. So that should be fun. If you live in New York, show up live. Come to the debate and come to either support us or debate us. Nevertheless, in the most technical, in the most rudimentary understanding of the word scholar, anyone who's gone to school and completed the schooling could maybe be considered a scholar. But I would say in the world of academia, if you went to school, typically the word scholar is really we use it to refer to people who's got their PhD, or at least are working on their PhD. I got to be honest, the amount of work and the level of work that goes into a PhD is drastically different than a master's degree. Just like my master's degree was a lot more work than my bachelor's degree. That's just the way these things work. So when you get to that high level, we need a title for you that gives you all of the respect that you earned for completing your PhD, and typically we use scholar for that. Dylan, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says, love kicking off a new week of barbecues. Hell yeah. I'm reading Ezekiel, and I was wondering if Ezekiel 7:21-22 contradicts Jeremiah 51:24. God seems to punish the Babylonians for doing his own bidding. So he does this a couple times. He does it in Isaiah too, where he talks about how he brought the armies in to punish, but then they went too far, and now he's going to punish the Babylonians. So one of the problems that they have at this time period is they have to justify why God is mad at the Israelites and why he has to punish them with the Babylonians. But on the flip side, then they need to explain the inverse of that, which is, okay, when the Babylonians get destroyed by God, why are they getting destroyed? Weren't they doing what God wanted them to do? So that's the struggle that you're going to find in the Hebrew Bible. And they do a little bit of that with the Assyrians as well. It's just one of those situations where, if you're inventing a narrative, sometimes you get plot holes. And you're like, well, I hope no one notices. But to your point, Ezekiel 7 says, I will hand it over to strangers as plunder, to the wicked of the earth as spoil. They shall profane it. I will avert my face from them, so that they may profane my treasured place. The violent shall enter it, they shall profane it. That's Ezekiel 7:21 through 22. There's better passages than that to emphasize what you're saying, though. Then in Jeremiah, it says, I will repay Babylon and all its inhabitants, all the inhabitants of Chaldea before your very eyes for all the wrongdoing they have done in Zion, says the Lord. Yeah, that's the case. It says this in a couple places. This isn't the only place where you're going to find the author trying to figure out, like, okay, well, God's going to defeat these fucking Babylonians, but under what excuse, right? What's the pretext for God doing this? And so there you go. Hey, thank you, Matthew Mulkeen, for the $10 super chat. It says Daily Atheist Morning Show, the damn show in the morning. I actually really like the show. Christ Before Jesus, Jaren in the afternoon, followed by your channel in the evening. A great day so far. Thanks. And thanks for intro to Jaren. Oh, Jaren's cool. And so is the Damn Network, by the way. We got a lot of really cool people in the network right now. And I'm really, really excited for what's happening. I think we have a guest now on the YouTube queue. At least it looks that way. Let me double check to make sure. I will say this before we start. Please make sure that when you request up that you are actually opposition. As exciting as Q&As are, this is not a Q&A. This is a debate today. So please, 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 if you can, respect my boundaries. And Milf Wrangler, last super chat for now. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Back from a 7-hour drive from my girlfriend's. Thank you for keeping me focused over the trip. Well, fuck. Welcome back, Milf Wrangler. I hope you're doing well. And I hope your Milf girlfriend is doing well. And I hope your trip went well. You drove 7 hours to see her, so I assume things are going well. So big W, friend. Big W. Okay. Let's get ODO in here, and we'll get our first debate started. How you doing, Odo?
Yeah, you got it. It's Odo. So I went with this. First off, super excited to be on here. I watch the show all the time. Second, I picked a pseudonym because I actually both my first and my last name is shared by two of your common guests you have on. So just
Oh,
in case they hop on, I didn't want to cause any confusion.
fair enough. Yeah.
Um,
So we're doing kind of a pick your poison tonight. Which one of these topics do you disagree with?
I would like to go with God does not exist because I agree with everything else.
Okay.
Except I don't really know what flirts is, so I guess I can't say I agree with that one.
Flurf is a flat earther.
Oh yeah, no, I don't believe that.
Yeah. So God, my claim is that God doesn't exist. I don't think there's a good argument, a good evidence, or any good reason to believe in any particular God. Which one do you believe in?
So I'm actually a Unitarian.
Okay.
I actually had my first religious experience. I was raised Episcopalian, and I didn't have any religious experience until I actually went to a Hindu ritual, and then I had what I would consider a religious experience in the sense of like a what's the word? Um, Enigmatic? That's not the right word. One of those describings that you can't really describe to anybody.
Mm,
That everyone claims is like religious. And then I was a devout Hindu for 5 years and just kept reading. And then I got into like reading all theology and found there's an underlying message that I believe is from God,
okay.
where it seems to kind of permeate between all cultures and beliefs.
Sure.
And I wish I had remembered to bring my books because I have a whole bunch of books that I could have pulled from today, but I didn't expect you to be on during my work.
Well, it happens. My summer schedule is a little bit different than my regular schedule because my son is out of school and I kind of adjust my schedule around him. Nevertheless, what do you think would be a good piece of evidence or a good reason to believe in any God or your specific God?
I mean, I'm going to go to the kind of like the underlying, I don't want to say gospel, but there's like an underlying set of things that exist across all religions, whether it be, be kind to one another, do what's right because it's right. uh, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Okay.
uh, Basically, it's just if you, and I know you've studied it all, but like even going back to like the Gnostics and stuff, who I think were closer to what the Christian belief is, but I uh, I think there's an underlying message that's been spread across all cultures and beliefs that was just kind of disseminated based on said cultures and beliefs. And if you pull them all together and get them down to their fundamentals, they're all the same.
Sure, but I don't know what that does for God being real. Like I could agree that there's some commonalities that humans tend to drift towards, but I don't know how that does anything for whether or not God is real.
Mm. I mean, wouldn't a an actual God choose instead of going from just being like picking a chosen people? Wouldn't it make more sense to disseminate an actual thing through everything, like through different cultural lenses?
I mean, I do believe like if a God existed, it would make sense for him to like speak to everybody rather than like a select few people that were like wandering in the desert prior to the invention of cameras and things like that. Nevertheless, while I do find that to be more logical, I don't think it actually does anything for whether or not God is actually real. Like I could say
Mhm.
that your form of God sounds more plausible, but that's going to be different than your God actually does exist.
Yeah, that's true. Well, shoot, I thought I honestly would have more. I'm kind of blanking. I'm sorry. I also got a new
But I
baby,
mean,
so I'm sleep deprived.
it it,
Um,
it
but
happens.
there is actually before because I think I'm going to go and I'll come back and have a more
Mhm.
formulated argument, maybe on a different topic on a different day. But I was listening to your one you had, I think, in May 1st when you were into all the people with the NDEs,
Mhm.
and you guys brought up like Hindu NDEs. Actually, under Hinduism, Christianity can exist because in the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna asks Krishna about the different religions, and it actually says that he is all of them, but not the other way around. Doesn't work the other way around.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know what that guy was talking about because I typed into YouTube Hindu NDE experience, and there was hundreds of them that brought up. So
Yeah, there actually is quite a
I don't.
few. But that was his special form of cope. And when people are in that mode where they're coping rather than listening, they're going to say silly stuff. I'm sure you've seen it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all right. I won't take up too much of your time getting into someone who's more antagonistic, I suppose. But
Sure.
I've taken all the stuff you've said. I got my Brown Briar Briggs or whatever it is. I've picked up a bunch of
Good.
lexicons that you've recommended, and that's really been helping me talk to
It's
my family
exciting.
members and stuff like that. Yeah, it is. It is very exciting.
Okay.
I'm still reading through the Nag Hammadi myself,
Uh, yep. Good collection.
but yes, it is. It is very interesting. But thank
Yeah.
you, and I'll continue to be watching. So thanks for
Yeah.
having me.
Sure thing, buddy. Take care. Sounds like he might be possibly in deconstruction mode. I tend to have good experiences with the Unitarians. The Unitarians are usually pretty kind. For people who don't know, the Unitarians typically believe that like essentially everyone goes to heaven. So their God concept is, while it's hard to pair up with the Bible sometimes, it's much more palatable. In fact, sometimes there's Unitarian churches that are like have a bunch of atheists in it, even. So it's cool. I think next in line is Doberman for Works. Jeffrey Vollmer, hey, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for your donation. And Herbie, thank you so much for the 20-pound super chat. The guy I'm in conversation with says it's a rebuke of the claim that the Bible is pro-slavery. He says you, Dalton, and other online atheists are arslers, and so won't address the passage as a rebuke of pro-slavery. He may be POS. Yeah, he is. Whoever this person is, they're welcome to call in, and I'll tell them the same thing I said a couple minutes ago. which is obviously not a rebuke of slavery. You just have to read the context of the passage. If it was a rebuke of slavery, it would contradict all the passages that were pro-slavery. So, Autumn, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says my father-in-law believes aliens came to Earth and genetically modified humans to be slaves. His proof for this is Sumerian mythology and the missing link in the fossil record. Thought you'd get a kick out of this because I was shocked. It is shocking. To be fair, though, in the Enuma Elish, one of the earliest creation stories, mankind is created to do the work of God or of the gods. And Adam, when Adam is created and God puts him in the garden, it says that he put him in the garden. Your translation will say to tend it, but it actually says to serve it or to slave over it. The word evid for slave is used as Adam's role in the garden. So it seems like in the ancient Near East, there was this kind of generic idea that the humans were created to work for the gods. And we find that in Leviticus 25 as well, where God says, they are my slaves who I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they will not be sold as slaves are sold. So, nevertheless, Doberman for Works is next up, and then HD2, and then after that, who's ever in line. Welcome in, Doberman.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good, very much. I'm good, thank you very much. I'm a Christian. I'm 21 years old, and I'd agree with every single thing on your panel.
Oh. Well, you don't agree with the first one.
Well, no, I believe that God exists.
Right. So you agree with items 2, 3, 4, and 5, but not item 1.
No. I believe homosexuality is wrong. I don't
Gotcha.
believe Jesus was. Yeah.
Okay, so you disagree with everything on the board.
Yes.
All right, give me 1 sec. I got to turn your volume up too a little bit. Don't worry. I got control over that. All right, say something for us real quick.
Hello, can you hear me?
Much louder. Is that better, audience? You guys can hear him that time. I can hear him a lot better. Okay, so given that you disagree with multiple items on the prompt, I'll give you free rein. Which one of these items would you prefer to start with?
You can start. You could choose whatever. I don't mind.
Okay, so we could start with something like homosexuality is not wrong. Why would anyone believe that it is in fact wrong?
Right, got you. Because I'm a Christian, can I read scripture to say my point?
Yeah, you're allowed to make a case.
Thank you. Romans 1, verse 21, verse 20, actually. I'll read from verse 20 up until 28. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. For although they knew God, they neither glorified him as God, nor gave thanks to him, but their thinking became futile, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Although they claimed to be wise, they became fools, and exchanged the glory of the immortal God for images made to look like a mortal human being, and birds and animals and reptiles. Therefore, God gave them over in the sinful desires of their hearts to sexual impurity, for the degrading of their bodies with one another. They exchanged the truth about God for a lie, and worshipped and served created things rather than the Creator, who is forever praised. Amen. Because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchanged natural sexual relations for unnatural ones. In the same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed shameful acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for their error. Right. I'm going to say this. When we look at actually, even in a more scientific space, the rates of someone getting an STI when it compares to heterosexual relationships and straight relationships for men, the rates are much more higher. And God did say in Adam and Eve that man will be cursed because of their sin. So through their sin, for example, even through people having many partners being sexually lustful, they do get STIs. In gay marriages as well, people do get these things. And even with female relationships, we see there's a higher rate of abuse, etc. And we know that we females are much more, what would I say, emotional. Much more emotional.
How many arguments do you want to give before I address all of them?
That's my point.
Okay, so your argument is the Bible says so. And the second argument is that people that are in the LGBTQ community are more prone to getting an STD.
Well, first of all, my first argument is God's word, and my second argument is the facts, the reality of what these things bring. But yes.
All right. Well, we'll start at the first one. The first one is pretty easy, right? The Bible saying that it's wrong is meaningless unless you believe in the Bible, and I don't. So why would I take a verse from Romans 1 and think that this is a guide for morality?
Okay, because first of all, where do we gain morality from? If you
From
say
our
God isn't wait. Yeah, exactly. So if you say God isn't real, that means that some morality is subjective. So you can have your own form of reality, and I can. But then we can
but
look at the justice system, and we can see that there's laws in place. So then morality must not be subjective because it clearly comes from one place. So my morality,
nope.
which I know that the
That's
world's
not
morality
what
stems from,
that's not what objective
natural.
means.
Have I said
Objective
subjective?
morals means
I said
that they
subjective.
exist independent of any mind at all.
I
So
never, I
if
never said
God
objective. I
is
never
the
said that out my
giver of
mouth.
morals, if God's the
Mhm.
giver of morals, then you don't have objective morals. You've got subjective morals because your God's mind is the one who came up with them.
No, because as scripture also says, all who sin apart from the law will also perish apart from the law, which means that people that don't even believe in the law will also be judged by the law.
But
So even if
that
you
has
don't believe
nothing
in
to do
God,
with
because he
whether
will
or
still
not
judge you
it's
with the law.
subjective or objective.
Well, no, the scripture says clearly that it is objective.
No, it
So
doesn't.
the ones that say, I don't believe in God, well, remember, if God's real, because I know you don't believe in him, that means you're still going to get judged by God, whether you believe he's
But
real or not,
but
because
still
at the
has
end of the day,
nothing to
he's
do
real.
with whether or not the moral code of your book is objective. It's not. Just based on the
Well,
definition
it
of
is.
subjective and objective morals, they would have to exist independent of God for them to be objective.
They do though. And
They exist
Romans 1 verse 15
independent
says
from
it.
God. Did God create them?
They show that this is what God says himself. They show that the
Did
requirements of
okay,
the law
so
are
did
written. Wait, let
God
me just say this point.
did God create all things?
Let me say this point, and
So
I'll
you're never going to
this will
answer my
answer your question.
question.
Yes, God, wait. He did not create evil, but let me say my point. Well, actually, he did.
Well,
He
he
created
says he
everything.
does in
But
Isaiah 45:7,
yeah,
but
he
did
created
he create
everything.
all
Yes,
things? Yes or no?
yes, he did. And let me say
Does
my
that
final point.
does that
So
include morals?
does that include morals? He creates rules and regulations, and people can
That's
choose
what
whether they
morals
want to follow
are.
these morals or not.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's okay. So if God created the morals, that means they're dependent on God's mind, which makes them subjective, not objective. So you don't have objective morals either.
No, because if every single person needs to abide by them, then they're
That
objective. And this is why I'm
that's
going. This
not
is my
what
point. This
objective
is my point.
means. That's not
Let
what
me
that
show you why.
means. You're
Can I
you're
show you
you're
why it's
fumbling on
objective?
basic definitions.
Can I show you why it's objective?
You can try, but you're
Because
going
it
to be
says
wrong.
this. All right, thank you. They show that the requirements of the law are written on their hearts, their consciences also bearing witness, and their thoughts sometimes accusing them, and at other times even defending them. Which means everyone has the law written on their hearts and their conscience. That's why we have a conscience. And our
That's
minds either excuse us for the bad things
That
we do,
is
or
not
accuse us
what
of the things we do.
objective
So it's
morals
objective.
means. That's not what
Well,
objective means. Give me your definition
that's
of objective, because it's obviously wrong.
Well, if it's on all our consciences and we have consciences and a mind to excuse
Give
us or
me
excuse us,
your
then it is objective.
definition of objective, because you're using the word wrong.
Something that everyone and is a whole it's a whole rule for that everyone agrees on.
Nope.
Which is a law of land.
That's
All right, you give me
subjective.
all right, you give me the definition then, please.
I did 3 times. If they're
All right,
objective, that means they exist independent of any mind. All minds, including God's mind. The minute you say that God created these morals, that means they're dependent on God creating them, which makes them subjective. They're subject to your God. If they're objective, that means they exist without a single mind involved at all.
No, wait.
Yeah.
Please repeat that one more time, because I think you're not understanding what I said.
I
But please
do
repeat
understand what
point
you
one more time, 'cause
said,
you
which
lagged
is
a
why
bit.
I'm correcting you.
You lagged a bit.
Objective morals
lagged a
means
bit.
that they would exist independent of
Mhm.
any mind.
So no one has these morals.
Did you hear what I said? I don't know if you're comprehending what I'm saying. So subjective
You lagged
morals
it,
means they
right?
exist because a mind created them. If
Mhm.
God created them, that means
Mhm.
they're subjective. If
Mhm.
they exist without any mind creating them, they just exist
Mhm.
on their own, then they would become objective. Objective doesn't mean that it applies to certain people. It's talking about how it actually has existence.
Yes, exactly. That's my exact point. That's why you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Then you're wrong.
If God's no, well, I'm not, because let me explain my point. If God's omnipotent and he was there before the world was even created, that means he's the beginning of everything. So what rules and regulations he puts in place is objective, because that's what
not
he created.
what
And
objective
that's why when I
means.
said,
How many times do
why-
I have to tell you
let
the
me
word
finish my
objective
point.
doesn't
Let me-
mean that it applies indefinitely or that it applies to everybody? The application of morals has nothing to do with the word objective and subjective. Subject and
Let me finish my
objective
point.
morals are describing the ontology of morals. How do they exist?
Yes.
Not who they apply to.
Yes, and that's why God says himself that they're written on everyone's conscience and mind, which means
Doesn't-
they are objective because everyone knows right from wrong.
That's not what
So they are
objective
objective.
means. I don't know how many times I can say
All right,
it.
then I guess we disagree.
No, we
I
don't
guess
disagree.
I guess we've got to-
You can't listen. I'll give you the actual definition, like the official definition on the objective versus subjective morals page. Something is objective if it can be confirmed or assumed independent of any minds. Independent. Something is subjective if it is dependent on minds.
Thank you. So 2 + 2 =
So-
4 means it's objective. So if the laws are written on everyone's conscience and mind and heart,
that's not
that
what
means
that
it's objective.
means. Nope.
Thank you very much.
That's
You've
not what
verified
that
my point.
means.
Thank you very much.
Nope. You still don't
It's
understand.
exactly what it means.
Nope.
I guess we don't agree. I guess we don't agree.
Well, I agree with the definition. The definition is talking about
Same.
how they exist. Do they exist because a mind created them?
They existed because that's what God's standard is, and that's who
Did God
is.
create
Remember,
them?
Let me say my point.
Did God create them?
Whether God created them or not, it doesn't matter, because even
Yeah,
though he has
it does. Because if God created them, that means they came from a mind, which means they're subjective. These are just how words work. I know Christians have trouble with words, but these are how words work.
The reason why you don't understand it is because you don't view God in the same way I view God. You view God in a way that he's just a Christian God, so he's this and that. That's the reason why you don't see it objectively.
It's just logically, it's just logically true. It's just logically true, Doberman. It's logically true. This has nothing to do with my view on God. This is about ontology. Try to track.
That's fine. Man.
Do you know what ontology is?
Please explain.
Okay, ontology is the study of existence. How does something exist, right? When I'm talking about the ontological status of morals, I'm asking, how did they come into being? How do they exist? If they're objective, then they exist on their own. Nobody created them. If they're subjective, a mind had to create them, which means the laws and the morals that your God gave are subjective because a mind created them. It's just the definition of these words.
So what you're saying is God taught himself how to have morals.
God invented morals.
Because if that's your point, that means God taught himself how to have morals, because they weren't just a standard that he had. He taught himself how to have morals.
Yeah, God
That's
created
exactly
the
what you're
morals.
saying.
Yeah, God created the morals.
Wait, so he taught himself how to have morals, right?
God doesn't have to have morals when he's by himself.
Well, no, God doesn't change. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever.
Well, that's
God
not
must have had
true.
to teach
You haven't
himself
read your Bible
morals.
then.
Oh, it says that in scripture. If you want to go down that route,
It says in scripture that he learns things.
All right, but let's read it. What verse? What chapter? Let's go straight there.
It's gonna be. We can do a couple of them. We haven't done Exodus 33 in a while. Exodus 33:5. Have you read Exodus before?
Yes, I have. I've read the whole Bible.
I bet you have. So he's mad over the golden calf incident that occurred in the previous 3 chapters. And in the prior chapter, he threatens to kill them, and then he ends up not killing the Israelites. And it says, now he's rebuking them, and it says, "For the Lord has said to Moses, say to the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If for a single moment I should go up among you, I would consume you. So now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." In fact, in the original Hebrew text, he actually says, "I will know what to do with you," meaning he has knowledge that he has to acquire.
Right, perfect. First of all, let's read from verse 1 because verse 1 gives you the context of everything.
I
Can I
just
read
told you
from
the
verse 1?
context. You weren't listening?
No. Like, because you missed out a vital part of it. So can I
Oh,
read
I'm
from
sure I
verse 1?
did. Do you even know why I read that
All right,
passage?
thank you.
He has no
Then
idea
the
why I
Lord said to
read the
Moses,
passage. I read the
because no, first
passage
of all, you
because
said,
in
you
verse
said that
5, God says he will know something in the future.
No, yes, and first of all, you said that God
That's
said he changed his mind.
that's actually the
That,
point.
wait, can I finish my point?
That's the
You
point.
said that God said he would do something and change his mind, but no, in
Well,
verse
he
1,
does
he
that
says the reason
too
that he didn't do it
in the
because he
prior
promised an oath
chapter.
to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You know, he says that in verse 1, and I'll read it for you. Then the Lord said to Moses, leave his place, you and the people
He
you
wants to
brought
get
up out of
cooked.
Egypt, and go to the land I promised him on oath to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I will send an angel before you and drive out the Canaanites, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. Go up to the land flowing with milk and honey, but I will not go with you because you are a stiff-necked people, and I might destroy you on the way. When the people heard these distressing words, they began to mourn, and no one put any ornaments, for the Lord had said to Moses, tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you. So the Israelites stripped off their ornaments at Mount Horeb. So what? God said, do this, and they listened, and he didn't destroy them. So you got to say every single word of the gospel in context.
So you didn't actually address what I said. Did you hear when I told you why I read this passage?
Yes, because you said God found out new information.
Why? Yeah, no, almost. He says he will get new information in the future.
Where?
He will know something in the future.
Yes, because of the choices they make. He's saying that to them because of how he wants to speak to them.
If he doesn't know it now, and he has to learn it in the future, what that means is there's something he doesn't know, and his brain state is going to acquire new information. That's a change.
No. That's not how he conversates with human beings.
That's what it says in the text.
I know you. If he already says to a human being, I know I'm going to do this to you. There's no point in him even saying that because that's my exact point.
Well, that's exactly what he said.
Remember,
he quite literally said that he will know something in the future. It's just right here. The root word.
Didn't. He said, first of all,
the root word yada literally means to know, and this is going to be in the imperfect first person, which means I will know. If you will know in the future, then that means you don't know it now.
Right, perfect. Can I say my point?
Sure. Will you address the word that I highlighted on the screen?
Yes. He says, I will decide what to do with you. Perfect.
I will know.
Perfect. The way God compensates.
I will know.
All right, perfect. All right, perfect. Can I say my point?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to address the word.
Thank you. Can I say my point? Thank you very much. The way God conversates with human beings, he builds up a personal relationship. That's why he sent Jesus Christ. We see in Adam and Eve, the story of the book of Genesis, that God probably knew Eve would eat from the tree from the serpent. But he wanted to have a personal relationship and leave it up to our choices, so he doesn't look like he's forcing his free will his own will on us.
Jesus, the fucking storytelling is crazy.
So
just address, does God say he's going to learn something? I know the fucking context. I've read the Bible more than you.
Yes, but the people don't.
I don't. Yes, they have. Everyone here has read the Bible more than you. So what we need to know right now is, does this word imply that God will know something in the future?
No, it does not imply that.
Then tell me what it means when he says, I will know. What's that mean?
He's speaking to them in a pure relationship conversation way. That's how God speaks in the whole Bible.
So God lied then?
He knows everything. He said in script.
So God lied. That's crazy. When God said, I will know, he actually didn't mean it. He meant, I already do know it. That's wild.
But he's letting you make a choice. Simple as. God even says to us, he knew you before our mother's womb. He
So what?
rises up the eve for the day of calamity.
He
It's
doesn't
his
know what
choice.
he's
Why
going to
would the
do.
potter say to the clay master, "Why did you make me? Why did
Yeah.
you make me this way?" But he's
Romans
still gonna
chapter
leave it up to
9.
your
I
own
know
choices.
we
You
all
just know
know
what
it.
you're
None
gonna
of your
do.
preaching's
Simple
helpful.
as.
We all know it. We know the Bible way better than you'll ever know it. So again, what we need you to
Alright, that's
do
fine,
is to
bro.
address why God said, "I will know," when that's not true.
I've just explained to you. If you want me to keep, I'm not gonna repeat myself. Like you keep interrupting me.
So,
Bro.
but your answer to my question didn't answer my question. I'm asking you
That's
specifically
fine.
in this
I'm
passage,
sure it answers.
why
I'm
would
sure it
God
answers for someone
say,
else. That's
"I
fine.
will know," when he actually already knows?
Because he's speaking in a pure relationship standpoint. That's
So what would
He's-
happen
he's-
if he said, "I already know what I'm going to do with you"? What would have
Simple as.
happened? What would have happened?
Well, first of all, he's actually showing that he's leaving it up to their own free will.
Nope,
That's why
I
he says,
need
"I
you
will
to
know- I will
answer
know
my
what to do with
question.
you."
What
Let
would
me
have
finish my
happened
point. Let me finish
if
my point.
it doesn't answer
gonna let
my
me finish my
fucking
point?
question? No, you're not answering my question. My question's simple.
All right,
So get
live
the
viewers, you can
fuck
see-
out
you
of
can see this
preaching
guy's clearly
mode.
disingenuous.
Get out of
You won't let me
preaching
say my point.
mode
This is
and listen
disingenuous.
to my question. My question
All right, first of
is,
all, let me finish my
what
point. Let me-
would
oh my
have
God, wow.
happened if God said, "I know what I'm going to do with you"? What would have changed?
Can I say my point? Or are you going to keep interrupting me?
If it's not an answer to my question, I will interrupt you.
Then we can't have this conversation. At least with people who are
So
watching know
yeah,
you're
because you're
disingenuous.
unwilling to
Can you
be
say my point?
honest. Yeah. So I asked you a question
No,
about a
well,
claim that you made
okay,
to
that's
demonstrate that the claim is stupid, and you are refusing to answer my question because you know answering my question will make you look stupid. That's
I
it.
wanted
That's
to
what
answer your
happened.
question, and I'm going to speak. I'm
Then
going to speak in context.
go
Let me
by
say
all
my
means.
point.
By
Don't
all means,
interrupt-
answer
let me
the
say your
question.
point. Let me say my point, please.
By all
Stop
means,
interrupting
answer
me.
it. What would have been
All
different?
right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very. All right. So from verse 1 to 6, you can see God is giving them a decision. So he's, as I said before, he speaks to us in a pure relationship standpoint. He's not going to say, "I will do this," because I already
not?
know when he's giving them a decision.
Why
because
not?
he's giving them a decision.
Why?
Because he's literally
Why
giving
wouldn't
them
he
a
say,
decision.
"I know"?
He literally said to them, "Do this, or this will happen, or don't do this, and this will happen." He's giving them their own free will and their own choice and their own.
Did he say that in the
That's how he's
text?
speaking in a pure
Did he say that in the
standpoint.
text?
Yes.
Where? Where did he say
Let's
if
read
you
it
do
right now.
if you do this?
Tell the Israelites, "You are stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." So the Israelites stripped off their ornaments. He's literally told them, "Take off your ornaments."
Yeah, and then
there's
what?
two
And
choices.
then what's he
There
going
we
to
go.
do?
Thank you very
And then
much,
what's he
mate.
going to do? And then what's going to happen after that?
Do you want to keep on reading?
What's going to happen after that? What's going to happen after that?
keep on reading?
You still,
It
first of all,
was-
you never answered my first question, and now you're refusing to answer my second question. What does God say he's going to do after they take off their ornaments?
He will lead them into the promised land. That's exactly what he
Nope,
said.
try again. It's in verse 5.
Oh, perfect. Let's read verse 5 together. For the Lord had said to the Israelites, "Tell the Israelites, you are a stiff-necked people. If I were to go with you even for a moment, I might destroy you. Now take off your ornaments, and I will decide what to do with you." There
Right,
you go.
okay, you got it. So what does it mean when God says, "I will know what to do with you"?
Bro, I've literally just explained what it means, but if you
Nope,
hopefully the people that are listening understand.
you didn't address my question.
fine.
What you did is you skirted around it. You thought the word relationship was going to be a magic word for you. It doesn't do anything because you still never answered my question. If God had just said the true thing, which is, "I know what I'm going to do with you," what would have been different?
I can't lie, bro. I'm not going to argue like a fool on this live. I've explained my point.
Well, you make
can
yourself
either
look like a
adhere to
fool
it or
when you
you
don't
can
answer
leave
easy
it.
questions. Why?
No, I'm
Why?
not adhering to you.
What was preventing God from just saying the thing that was true?
I've already said my point.
Okay, so you can't actually address it, which is what I thought. He does it again, actually, in the previous chapter. He says he's going to destroy them, and then he doesn't do it. In fact, at the end of this, it says the Lord changed his mind about the disaster that he planned to bring on his people. So God does change his mind.
I literally just explained my point, but that's fine.
So does God change his mind? Because the book says he does.
I've literally just said my point.
So you're not going to address
myself.
this passage? You're too scared?
No one's scared at all.
Then address it.
I spoke
Then address it.
All right. Are you going to interrupt me?
I'm waiting for you to address it.
All right, perfect. So we know in scripture, it clearly says that God knows everything. He knows the decisions you make, the life choices you'll make. He knows what you'll do. It doesn't mean he's going to force it on you. So when the Lord says he changed his mind, he's speaking to us in a humane and conversational context. God even said he had to send his son to earth and choose a feeble thing for human beings to even understand the concept of the way he thinks. So God's saying he changed his mind on the way he's speaking here. It's so human beings like you can understand what he's trying to say. But clearly you don't understand what God's trying to say because you have a
Sure.
reprobate
What's he
mind.
saying?
God is
What's he
speaking to us
what's
in
he
human
saying?
context.
When
There
it
you
says
go.
that
There
when
you
it
go.
says that
Simple
the Lord
as.
changed his mind, what does that mean then? If it doesn't mean he changed his mind, what does it mean?
Well, he was going to give them judgment and he gave them a choice. They listened to his choice and he didn't destroy them. Simple as.
Try
But
again.
but he already knew
What
what was going to
does the
happen.
phrase "the Lord changed his mind" mean if it doesn't mean he changed his mind?
Hold on, let me go get my concordance and get the real translation. Give me
The fucking Strong's Concordance gonna help him. That's crazy. These Christians are wild. They have no idea how words work. I've never met a group of people that hate God's word more than Christians. Pretty wild. Hold
What book is this? What book is this?
It's Exodus 32, verses 10 through 14 are the relevant ones.
What version are you using? I can't see that on my.
Use any fucking version you want to. I don't care.
It doesn't say changed on my concordance, respectfully, bro.
That's what it says in mine because
It
he
doesn't say
obviously
changed.
because he
It
did
it doesn't say that in mine.
because he does. Yeah, the word is nakam in Hebrew. It means to relent.
Oh right, got you. Relent, got you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me check that one.
And relenting means you change your mind.
Oh, relenting doesn't mean you change your mind. It just means you refrain from doing something. Two completely different things.
Yeah.
So
you refrain.
That's where we see you being.
You refrain from doing the thing that you were going to do, which means that you've changed your mind. You can't relent if you weren't serious about the thing that you were going to do.
No, if I say to someone, "I'm going to do this if you don't stop," it doesn't mean I'm going to do it. I'm just giving you a choice.
So then it's a lie.
This is where we see you being disingenuous to your life.
So it's a lie then.
Relenting and changing your mind.
If you threaten somebody with something that you know you're not going to do, that means you lied. So God lies.
Thank you for lying to your live stream.
So God lies.
There we go.
Do you see the problem that you've created? Rather than saying God changed his mind, you're saying that God lied. If God said, "I'm going to destroy you and make a nation out of Moses," and he didn't mean it, he was just trying to threaten them, that means he said something untrue and now he's a liar.
No, he was giving them a choice to make.
Nope, it doesn't matter. Did God say something that he knew was going to happen?
Of course.
Okay, so I'm just going to put a notepad on the screen because you're having trouble tracking the conversation and I don't want you to lose track. So there's a notepad on the screen. I need you to pay attention. So, all right, we're going to say point number 1. Did God know he was not going to wipe them out? Yes or no?
Hold on a second, I'm just cooking my food. But did God know he was not going to what?
Did God know that he was not going to wipe them out?
I've literally just said my point 100 times. I'm not.
I'm writing it down so you don't lose track of the conversation. It's yes or no. Did God know that he was not going to wipe them out?
I've told you my point. You know what my point is.
Okay, so then you're refusing to engage because you're a coward. I already know the answer. You're going to say God did know that he was not going to wipe them out. Point number 2 is God said that he was going to wipe them out. Do we agree there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Premise number 3, a lie is when you say something that you know is not true. Premise number 4, God knew it was not true when he said he would wipe them out. And then the conclusion obviously would be that God lied. Which premise do you reject?
Wait, can I ask you a question?
Are you going to reject a
if God
premise?
knew, if he didn't say anything, wait, can I say my point, please? Stop interrupting me.
It's going to be an excuse for why
If
he
God
lied, but go
knew-
ahead.
Wait, no. Yeah, perfect. So if God knew, if he didn't say this to them, they wouldn't change their ways and he would wipe them out. But he knew on the other hand, if he told them these exact things, they would change their ways. Is that him lying?
They didn't change their ways.
No. But if he knew him saying this would end in a different result, would that be him lying?
You're saying
If he
the
literally knew that
all-powerful
he
God,
having to say
the
this-
all-powerful God had to lie to his people? He had no other option at his disposal?
Do you know what? I can't lie, bro. You're being so disingenuous. It's actually ridiculous. But that's fine.
It's ridiculous that you can't answer simple questions. See, you're doing
Because you already
exactly
know
what
my answer
you're
to
doing
the
exactly
question.
what I said you were going to do. You're trying to make an excuse for why God lied. Now that you are caught, you know that God did lie. So we'll try this
He
again.
didn't lie, but
Do you
that's
reject
fine.
premise number 2? Yes or no?
I'm not responding to your points. You can either have a proper conversation.
Refusing to engage like a child just makes you look like a coward. Premise number 1 is obviously true. You already said it was true. Premise number 2, God said that he was going to wipe them out. Is that true or false? Did he say that?
As I said, I'm not responding to your points. You already know my response to your
Well,
points.
then you can fucking sit up here in silence until you answer it. I'm going to ask you the same question over and over again until you run like a coward or answer the question. Did
fine.
God
I can
say
sit up
that
here
he was
quiet.
going to wipe them out?
I already told you I'm not going to respond to your point.
Well, then you can waste your whole fucking night up here. I don't care. I'm going to ask you the same question
That's fine with
until
me.
you engage.
That's fine.
Did God say that he was going to wipe them out? Audience, put a yes or a no in the comments if you believe God said he was going to wipe them out. Let's see if the audience can do it. I bet they can. I bet they're not cowards. Oh, we got a yes from Anastasia. Oh, this is easy. Oh, yeah. Yeses are flowing in. Interesting. All these people know that they heard the text and that God did say he was going to wipe them out. Weird how you can't answer the question.
Wait.
So we'll try again. Premise number 2. God said that he was going to wipe them out. Did he actually say that?
Wait, can you inform the audience of what actually happened after?
I'm still waiting for you to answer my question.
No, can you inform?
Still waiting for you to answer my question.
Can you inform the audience?
Still waiting for you to say yes or no to premise 2.
You say you know the Bible.
Still waiting for you to give me a yes or no to premise 2.
I guess you don't know the Bible then. If you can't
Still
inform the
waiting.
audience of what happened after.
Still waiting.
Did God wipe them out? Yes or
Howard,
no? Did he actually wipe
still
them out,
waiting.
yes or no? Did God wipe them out? Yes or no? 'Cause you said he's a
Obviously
liar.
not. And I'm still waiting for your answer.
Well, no, he did. He
No, he
wiped
didn't.
a lot of them out, so that's just
No,
not
he
true.
didn't. He
That
didn't
is
wipe
not
them out.
true.
He didn't wipe them
That
out.
is not
Hey,
true. He did actually.
hey,
he did actually
dummy.
wipe a lot of
Hey,
them out.
dummy. Did
Yes,
you
he
bother
did.
to read the verses before this? He says he's going to wipe all of them out and make a nation out of Moses, which he never did.
Whoa. As
If you were
said,
listening the
you
first
said that he didn't
time,
wipe anyone
I gave
out,
you the
but he did
context.
wipe
You
them
would have
out.
heard this
He
rather
did
than
wipe
making
a
yourself
lot
look
of
like
them
an
out.
idiot.
There we go. The disingenuous. That's fine. You literally
It's
said that he didn't wipe
disingenuous
anyone
that
out, and
you
after said that he wiped someone
refuse
out.
to say
That is
yes or
fine.
no to premise number
Have a good
2.
day, boss.
We're
Have a
still
good day.
waiting.
Have a good day.
Oh, he's running. He's scared. He can't do it. He can't say yes or no. Oh, typical Christian. Okay, well, I don't even know what the fuck to write down. I wanted to talk about. Should be fun. That'd be a fun clip later. I'm not shocked that the coward ran. Let me grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Matthew Bernier Gaspy, thank you for the super chat. I'm partially deconstructed. Congrats. And I'm friends both with fundamentalist Christians and at least one homosexual atheist. Such a weird situation intellectually makes this channel super interesting for me. Well, I was actually in your shoes at one point. I was like a partially deconstructed Christian, and I was in the same quandaries that you're in. Keep deconstructing, keep learning, and fuck, maybe you'll be in my shoes eventually. Painting Dadley, thank you for the super chat. Says Odo here should have said deist instead of Unitarian. True. Trying to convince my mom to call in as she's a devout Christian. I basically deconstructed down to the point I can while staying honest with myself. Well, get her to call in. As long as she's nice, I'll be nice to her. If she acts like Doberman, that last guest, well, I don't know. It might go a little bit differently. Last super chat for now before we get our next guest from Enser Freum. Thank you for the super chat. He perfectly represents all ignorant people who can't get the English language past fumbling lips, yet try to make arguments based on specific wording and semantics. Yeah. If your argument relies on the meaning of a word and you're using the word wrong, I'm going to fucking call you out on it. I don't know what to say. All right. Our next guest, someone you might recognize, Captain Skeleton Man. Welcome back.
Peace be with you, DZ. Can you hear me okay?
Sure. Yeah, we can hear you.
I have a question for you. I've got this thing on my screen where I was sending you the private chats in the back. How do I take that off? Is there like an X? Because on my screen, I don't have I can't see that upper part. It's blocked off. So is there like an X or something that I could have hit to close that window out?
There's an X in the upper right-hand corner of the window.
I guess it's going to stay there because I can't move the screen around to even get to it. Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Did you read my comments? Were you reading my comments?
No, I don't read people's comments while I'm talking to other people. So my first question is, you see the board. Which topic do you want to start with?
Pick your hill to die on, huh? Well, it doesn't matter. God does not exist. Jesus was a fraud. Those sound pretty good. The other ones are political, so I don't really care much about politics in that manner. So we'll go with what was the other guy before me? Did he do God does not exist?
You started with the claim that homosexuality is wrong, and his claim was based on the Bible, which then got him cooked because he doesn't know the Bible and because he couldn't defend like what he was saying about it, yada yada yada.
Well, you can't use the Bible to make an argument against homosexuality. If God is all loving, God loves those that are struggling. Well, but you could make a scientific claim that it's objective subjective in a manner where if you become a homosexual and the whole ideology of a human being is to procreate, to continue producing, life, if you become homosexual, you would no longer be able to do that.
So which one did you actually want to address? We can talk about any one you want, but we got to kind of start at point number one.
I guess you went into God does not exist when you were bringing up that verse, Exodus verse 32, right? Yeah, that's where he ended up, probably.
32, verse 14.
So he wouldn't answer your question. So I'll give you. You were asking him a question. Did God say that he was going to destroy Israel? Yes or no? The answer is yes. Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. However, you neglected verse 11.
I didn't neglect it.
So read it for us so you can understand what it says there.
I understand it. Moses implored the Lord and said, "O Lord, why does your wrath burn hot against your people, whom you brought out of the land of Egypt with great power and a mighty hand?" Because Moses has to talk him off the ledge, which is why he changed his mind.
So after the word Moses, you said another kind of word. Instead of besought, you used a different word.
Besought? Why the fuck would I use besought?
Because besought is the word that's there, that's being used there.
Do we use
for a translation?
Do we use besought in modern English?
Well, that doesn't matter. The word there is kalal. Word there is kalal, right?
When was the last time you used the word besought?
I'm saying that's the English transliteration is in the word besought from kalal, which is the Hebrew word.
Transliteration? You mean translation?
Transliteration. No, transliteration. They change it from one word.
The fact that you keep using words wrong while claiming to be a linguist is crazy.
If the original word was Hebrew, you transliterate into English. Means. That's what you're reading. You're reading English, right?
Nope.
Oh, you're not reading English.
That's not what transliterate means.
Oh, so he doesn't know the difference.
You want me to show
translating
you don't know. Transliterate is when you write it using the same phonetic spelling in English Translation is when you give it the meaning in the new language, not the phonetic sound. So, for example,
transliteration is the way that you're
Jesus'
translating
name
it from one
in
language to
English
another.
is a transliteration, not a translation.
The original language is the original language. You transliterate that into another language.
Again, transliterate doesn't mean that the word meaning carries it.
Literation is writing.
It
writing,
means
scribe
that
literates.
you use the letters from the new alphabet to give you the same phonetic sound
alphabet?
as the old alphabet.
Okay, so the old alphabet, so the Hebrew alphabet is the same as the English?
Nope. That's why transliterations.
There you go. Thank you very
That's
much.
why-
That's why you have to transliterate the old alphabet into the new alphabet, and then you can translate that for yourself properly.
You still don't know what transliterate means.
If you don't,
you don't know what it
there you go.
means. I'll
Time
draw you a
out, time
picture,
out.
though.
I'm going to show you. I don't need a picture.
I'll
I'm
draw
gonna show
you a
this guy
picture.
something.
It's okay.
What does transliteration mean?
It means you write it out phonetically in the second language. It's really easy.
Ready? The process of transferring text from one writing system, which is the alphabet, to another by matching what?
The sound, phonetically. That's what I said.
The sound of what? Of what?
The sound of the word.
That alphabet. Here, everyone can see it, so you guys won't not be deceived by
Yeah.
this guy.
That's what I said, dummy. When you
So you're
use the
translating an original language.
the phonetic word, you use the
Hebrew,
the sound of the word to give you a new word in the secondary language that you're going to be using. So, for an example, if I did something, if I did a name, something like Yeshua, right? We could do. We'll do
transliterate that to Greek, which is Yes, you have to transliterate it. So the translation is proper.
Okay,
if you don't have the proper transliteration, you don't have the proper
Yeshua,
pronunciation.
so if you have Yeshua, we can literally just translate that into English by saying Y-E. Oop, I can't. Got to do it the other way. Y-E.
This does nothing to educate anybody, actually. It's not educating anyone.
So this would be a transliteration, where you take the sound of the first word and literally just spell it out in the whatever language you want to. Yeshua is not a translation, it is a transliteration. A translation does not require a transliteration. When we translate the text,
I'm about to prove
nobody is doing a transliteration. You just translate it because you know the meaning of the word.
Ready? DZ, are you ready for me to prove
I'm
what
ready
you just said is absolutely
for you to
wrong?
embarrass yourself again.
So you hear what he said. He said the pronunciation of the letter into another alphabet letter pronunciation. So when you just read that H2470.
What the fuck? Why are you in a Strong's Concordance? Use a real fucking lexicon, dummy.
The word kolal. Then what did you just say? You have to pronounce it in the same manner of the use of the alphabet?
Do you
use
possess
a complete different word?
Do you possess a real lexicon or no?
Of that word.
You don't have a real lexicon? So you don't have a real lexicon. Show me where kolal is transliterated into the text.
Stand getting proved
Show it
wrong.
to me.
That is so funny. That's so funny.
You don't know what a transliteration is. It's crazy. I actually am right. Actually, I'm very much right on this because, unlike you, I did go to school and learn this stuff. So,
actually, you didn't.
So again, show me where is the word kolal. Show me where the word is translated. Or transliterated.
I just gave the guy.
Show me where it is transliterated. That's not a scholar. That's not what that means, idiot.
And he's going to reject
That's not what that means.
Rejecting it.
That's a Strong's Concordance number, and we don't.
11 again.
That is a Strong's. Now you're muted because you won't let me talk on my stream, idiot. This is what happens when you can't be an adult. So the Strong's Concordance number is not used in academia. The Strong's Concordance is not relevant to biblical studies anymore. It hasn't been for 100 years. Nobody in academia cares about the Strong's Concordance. The Strong's Concordance is there to tell you why the King James did what the King James did in their translation work. It's not relevant to actually translating in the modern age. We have different lexicons that we would use. Now, I'm waiting for you to show me which word in which verse was transliterated so I can demonstrate to you why you don't know what transliterate means. So, listen, if you're right, just prove me wrong by telling me which verse and which word in English got transliterated.
I just showed the guy the definition for transliteration on his own screen.
Still waiting.
Did I show you the definition? Yes or no?
Still waiting, and you were wrong.
Answer the question, DZ.
I just did.
Don't run like a coward, like a
waiting,
stupid man.
Still waiting, and you were wrong about the definition. Man. Still waiting.
I'll tell you this.
Still waiting.
This guy here
Still waiting.
got indoctrinated. He got indoctrinated by Christianity.
Still waiting.
A false Christianity version.
Still waiting.
He's indoctrinated.
He's never going to give me the answer. He's never actually going to tell me which word was transliterated because he doesn't know what transliterate means. Which word?
I just told you. The word
which verse?
Besought.
Which verse? Besought's not in the English.
Verse 11.
Besought.
3.
Besought.
The third
there we go.
Word.
There we go. You mean implored?
You're
in
a
modern English.
Idiot.
So
I just uploaded the channel
implored.
And I made you and the whole group look like a bunch of fucking idiots. You know that?
To be sure, you pronounced the Hebrew word wrong. You pronounced the Hebrew word wrong, idiot. You want to try again? Do you want to try the right word? Do you want to try the right word?
You're not going to. Like
do you want me to tell you what?
Man?
This is the irony of you crashing out, yelling on somebody else's live stream, embarrassing yourself is
I don't give a
like
fuck. I'm not embarrassing myself.
It's peak irony. I love it. Listen, you can come and crash out as long as you want. Listen, you can beg for the mute button, or you can embarrass yourself. Which one do you want to do?
You're a weirdo. You know that, right?
So do you know why? The reason why you're wrong is because you still don't know. You still don't know that implored is a translation rather than a transliteration. So I'll demonstrate to you what a translation would look like. So what we would have if it was a transliteration to school your dumbass, and it's going quite well actually. So the word in Hebrew, which is actually a really easy word, I'm shocked that you didn't pronounce here, is
a complete idiot.
Vayachal. So do you see the word?
Yep. Everyone see.
Yep,
it is,
that's the word. Do you know what sound?
Knows,
do you know what sound that letter makes? Do you know what sound? Do you know what sound that makes? Come on, do you know what sound that makes? Do you know what sound that makes? You don't know.
Look at it, fool.
He doesn't know.
I just gave you.
He doesn't know.
The pronunciation right here.
What sound?
It tells you the fucking pronunciation.
It's conjugated, asshat.
Look at it, dumbass.
He doesn't know what a conjugation is. He doesn't know what a conjugation is.
Your channel's going to go down the tube now. Everybody see that you're a fucking moron.
He has no idea what
a man with an engineering
He has no idea what a conjugation is.
That's a funny fucking thing.
So just to be clear, now you're muted again. This is actually important for the audience. Okay, so this is a word that is conjugated. Do you see this word? Now, this is a vav and a yod. This is part of the conjugation. In fact, let me get my other crayon for school kid over here. Okay, so we'll do. I know you claim to be an Israelite who knows Hebrew. Obviously, you don't. So this section here is going to be the conjugated part right here. This is part of the conjugation, right? So this is what we would call a vav, which means and or but, and this is going to be a yod, which means it's going to be in the third person. So that's the conjugation, third person. So the original word, which is kala, not kala with a kof, it's kala, dummy. So anyways, my point is, if this was a transliteration in English, we would do this. We would do V-A-Y, and then we would probably do a shortened vowel, and then we would do C, so we'll do an I, and then with C-H-A-L. So a transliteration into English would read Vayichal. It would sound identical to the Hebrew word. Vayichal is a transliteration A translation would be plead or implore. Now, this is how I know that you lied about having a PhD in linguistics, because you don't know the difference between a transliteration and a translation.
Everybody just heard what you said, right?
Did you hear
Did
it?
you guys hear what he just said?
Did you
so
hear
he
it?
just now transliterated a different alphabets and then gave us a translation of what the meaning was.
No, I didn't.
You're fucking dumb, bro.
I gave you a transliteration.
You
and
are dumb, literally.
And you don't need to
a bunch of little kids. Justin,
you don't need to
listen.
transliterate it. Just to be clear, just to be clear, dummy, you're muted now again. Listen, you don't have to transliterate shit in order to translate it. It's not required, actually. In fact, I'll show you. Let's see what I got here. This is a really old Hebrew Bible. I just happen to have on my shelf here. We can literally go right to the first page of Genesis, which in this particular Bible is going to be left from right, if I remember. Nope, this one does go right to left. Cool. All right, so Genesis chapter 7, chapter 5, chapter 3, chapter 2, chapter 1. Okay, now listen. This doesn't have any transliterations, does it? In fact, I'm going to ask you a question. I just need you to answer. Does this Hebrew Bible have a transliteration in it? Yes,
you're gonna fucking mute. You're gonna fucking mute me, you piece of shit.
It's a yes or no.
Oh, you piece of shit. Because you
yes
can't
or
debate.
No. It's a yes or no.
If we were in a college, this man could not mute me.
Just
He'd
a
have
yes
to
or
sit
no.
here and listen to me.
It's
he
just yes
likes
or no.
to mute people because he's a
yes
fucking
no.
Satan.
Just a yes or no.
A fucking Satan.
Still waiting for yes or no.
Yes, punk ass bitch.
Okay, so there is a transliteration on this page.
What is it? What is it, punk ass bitch?
I'm asking you, is there a transliteration on here?
Fucking loser. I can't wait till we arrest
Is there a transliteration on here?
A fucking cult leader. We're gonna arrest this little punk ass.
Is this transliterated anywhere?
Hey, Justin, why
so
you
you're not
around
gonna,
with those little kids?
You're not going to actually answer the question. That's crazy that's on your mind, not mine.
That's what you did.
You're telling on yourself now. Now you're telling on yourself.
We actually have that as evidence. That's why I'm here.
No, you don't, liar.
I really am.
No, you don't, liar.
You're a fucking moron.
Nope.
And
you don't
realize
you don't have anything because all you've done is lie over and over and over again. You're getting cooked so bad that you now have to make up lies to try to scare me. Isn't that wild? It doesn't scare me, idiot, because I didn't do anything. I was a pastor for 10 years. I didn't leave because of a problem. I left because the Bible's not true. So we'll try this again. We're still on whether or not there is a transliteration on this page. Is there one?
Justin, why'd you lie just now?
Are you going to answer the question or no?
Justin, how do I know your name, Justin?
So you're not, because I showed you my diploma yesterday, you dummy.
No, I don't pay attention.
So we'll try this again.
I don't pay attention. What's a diploma?
Yeah, I showed it to you.
What's a diploma? What's
a
fucking diploma for?
You said you had a PhD. Do you have one?
What's a diploma?
Do you have a PhD? Do you have one?
Am I smarter? I'm obviously smarter than
him. Do you have one?
He spent all his fucking time and money to try to get a PhD.
So he doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. He's got no education. None. Zero. Okay, so the answer to the question is no. There's no transliteration on this page. You can actually just read it in the original language. Bereshit bara Elohim et Hashemayim et ha'eretz. You know, I can translate all of that without actually transliterating it. It just means when God began to create the heavens and the earth. That's all you had to do. That's all you had to do.
It was Moses that changed God's mind.
You nailed it. I agree. That's what I said to begin with, dummy.
Lost. You're so fucking lost.
That's what I said to begin with.
Pulled up a whole bunch of shit.
That was my entire point. If you were actually paying attention, which you're not, you're never paying attention because your brain doesn't work. I told the last guy that God changed his mind because Moses talked him off the ledge. Which means what you just did is agreed with me. Congratulations for realizing that I was right. What's your next talking point?
You just got finished saying God swore he was going to destroy the Israelites, didn't you? Wasn't that your premise?
I said he said
Shut
it.
the fuck up, Justin.
Do
That was
you
your
want
premise.
Do you want to walk
Shut
through
the
it?
fuck up.
I still got it out. Premise number 1, do you agree or disagree?
Do you believe
Premise
Moses
number
turned
1,
sticks into snakes?
do you agree or disagree?
Answer the question. Do you
Premise
believe
number
Moses turned
1,
sticks
do
into
you
snakes?
agree or disagree?
Do you believe? Answer the
Premise
question.
number 1, do you agree or
Answer
disagree?
the question.
Nope.
Answer the question.
Premise number 1, you brought it up,
Nope.
not me.
I'm
You-
not going to listen to you. No,
You're the one that
Nope.
brought up the syllogism. Do you want to
Nope.
actually talk about it or not?
no. I'll just let you bullshit your own self.
I'm just waiting. Do you want to address this or not?
Here's a guy who thinks
So
Moses turned sticks into
he's
snakes
not going to do
because
it.
he doesn't have the proper Egyptian translation.
Moses didn't exist.
Because the transliteration that he has, that he studied,
It's not a
false.
transliteration. We already demonstrated that.
He's a fuck up. He's a fuck up.
It's not a
A lot of these people
transliteration.
are actually fuck ups. Everyone watching.
We actually
listen to me.
proved
You can actually
yesterday.
come to my channel and I can.
We actually no free clout, by the way. We proved yesterday that you don't know Hebrew. I asked you the most introductory question in Hebrew, and you couldn't answer. Ha'im ata medaber evrit. Do you speak Hebrew? And you couldn't fucking tell me what it meant. It's crazy. Let me ask you another question. In Genesis, okay, the second word, bara. Can you give me the conjugation? Can you give me the conjugation of bara, Mr. PhD in linguistics?
He memorized the sentence from
Can
Hebrew.
you can you do it?
Hebrew?
Can
he
you do
memorized
it?
That's the only thing he
Can you do it? Can you tell me?
Ask me this question.
You can't tell me. It's a third masculine singular perfect verb. That would be the conjugation of bara in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, word number 2. It's not hard to learn how to conjugate verbs if you have a background in linguistics, which you fucking don't, apparently. So here's what we're going to do. The crash out is hilarious, by the way. The crash out's a lot of fun. But I want you to, no one can hear you. I want you to actually address the topic that you brought up. You brought up the topic of Exodus 32, God changing his mind, and you said that you wanted to address my syllogism. Are you going to actually address my syllogism?
How do you say you're an idiot in Hebrew? Do you
So
know?
that's not a word that translates into Hebrew.
Ata idiot. Ata
The,
idiot.
the word idiot
ata
is
idiot.
not.
That means
that's
you're
not-
an idiot in Hebrew.
Idiot doesn't.
ATAIDOT. Yes.
Idiot
everyone,
doesn't exist in Hebrew.
Here, this proves he
Idiot
doesn't know Hebrew.
exist in
He
Hebrew.
doesn't fucking know Hebrew.
He's
a
fucking using it.
moron.
You idiot.
Look at him. Look at him.
The word ata just means
He
you, dummy.
memorized a fucking line
The word
and acts like
ata
he's fucking knows
just
Hebrew.
means ata just means you.
Ask me
It's
where's
a-
the bathroom in Hebrew?
It's a second.
Where's the bathroom?
It's a
Ask
second
me.
person
Answer the
singular
question.
form of at. Ata means
How do you
you
say
in
where's
the
the bathroom in
masculine
Hebrew?
singular. At would be you in the feminine singular.
Are you listening?
You can also
How do you say
do
where's the bathroom in Hebrew?
achem, achen.
Where's the bathroom in Hebrew? How do you say it? Where's the bathroom in Hebrew?
I actually don't know the
Come
word for
on.
bathroom in Hebrew.
Come on. See, he doesn't really know Hebrew.
I admitted. Listen, I admitted I don't know the. I admitted that I don't know the word bathroom in Hebrew.
I just told you now.
So I admitted that I don't know the word bathroom in Hebrew. The same reason why I told you during the last stream, or actually I told Blitz and Ian, I studied biblical Hebrew. I don't know modern Hebrew. I don't know most of the words that people use in modern Hebrew. I learned classical Hebrew to read the Bible. And you should know this, because English in King James isn't the same as English today. You have to have a different set of vocabulary, which is why you are using Google Translate, because you don't know the language. So the reality is, if you can't decline nouns and conjugate verbs, you don't actually know how any of the languages work. That's just the bottom line. It doesn't matter how much.
Captain.
Doesn't matter how much vocabulary you think you have.
He's shifting.
You don't know how language works.
I spoke classical Hebrew, not Hebrew. I'll
That's
teach
true.
you.
Do you think there's a difference
Ifo?
between
Say
classical?
Ifo?
Do you think there's
Say
a
Ifo?
Do you think there's
Just
a
say this.
difference?
Justin,
It's not
look,
EFO, it's
bro, come
AFO.
on.
It's
Listen to
AFO,
me.
dummy. It's AFO.
Okay. Ha.
Ha is the.
Okay, now you
AFO,
want to know?
ha.
Okay.
The word I
Now,
don't know is
Sherutim.
bathroom. Again,
Sherutim.
Shedder team is a fine word for bathroom. I told you already I didn't know it, which is why you had to look it up, because you didn't know it either, because you've never studied
Actually,
Hebrew.
I do know it. I'm just trying to show
That,
everyone.
which is why
to
you
prove
had to
that
use
when you
Google
memorize-
Translate, because
Justin,
unlike you, I actually did study the language rather than using Google Translate. So That's why I know how verbs work. That's why I know how nouns work. That's why I know like verb noun agreement. Let me ask you a simple question. How do you make a masculine word plural typically in Hebrew?
Justin, can I be genuine with you?
So you don't know. You don't know like how you pluralize a word
I'm gonna answer
in
your
Hebrew.
question. Yes,
I
know.
I'm going to need the answer.
I know how to pluralize a word in
Yeah,
Hebrew.
what is it?
I want to ask you.
Tell me what it is.
Genuine?
Look, he's looking it up right now. Tell me what it is.
I want to. Actually,
tell me what it
cigarette
is.
to smoke.
Tell me what it is.
Can I be genuine with you?
What's the ending?
Justin, I'm not
What's
here.
the standard ending to make Hebrew words nouns plural? In the masculine, obviously.
I'm not here.
Gotcha. So he doesn't know anything about Hebrew.
Listen,
so
Justin, if you really don't know something, it's
I told you
to
what
say
I didn't know. I told you I didn't know the word bathroom. You don't know any Hebrew. You know nothing.
Justin,
you don't know
if you're lying about stuff,
you don't know a single word in Hebrew, which is why you didn't even know basics like you. You can't even say in Hebrew.
It's okay for you
if
you don't really know something, right?
It's okay for you. It's okay for you to not know something which you don't. So Justin, let me ask you, all of this projection that you're doing right now is just telling on yourself. You're doing all of this to tell on yourself. And again, I don't believe Moses ever existed, and I need
my channel
I need you to address this syllogism which you wanted to address.
My channel verifies me.
So
I just play a game with you guys.
Again, I'm still waiting for you to say yes or no. Are you going to address my syllogism?
The U.S. Constitution is English.
He's never going to do it. Are you going to address my syllogism? Yes or no?
I just told you.
I didn't hear an answer. Yes or no?
I told you the answer.
I heard
because you were speaking over me because like you're doing now again.
What was it? A yes or no then? Was it a yes or no?
People on podcasts that beg people for money.
Was it a yes or no?
You don't.
I've never begged a single person for money. Not once.
You try to have an
not
ego
even
to
once.
make yourself.
It's literally never happened. You're projecting right now. You're doing it again.
He's again speaking over me rather than listening.
This is what you do. This is all you do. You project your own insecurities on everybody else rather than engaging in actual debate. And when you get cooked, you just rather than actually engaging in the debate, you just go to meta, and it's hilarious. It's funny. But it still doesn't fix the problem. The problem is that I need you to give me an answer to whether or not you wanted to address the syllogism. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Is he focused on what I'm saying?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Are you focused?
Yes or no?
Can you actually have a dialogue?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Someone who is having a dialogue would just say yes or no.
He's actually he's not even a human being, is
he? Yes or
anymore?
No? Hey, audience, put a yes or no in the comments if you want to see Captain Skeleton address my syllogism. Let's do it. That's certainly not the case. No, I'm not. Certainly not the case. No. In fact, I've got
why he mutes people over. He can't actually have a debate.
I've got 2,500 people watching this right now.
Justin, what did I just say just now?
I'm losing subscribers.
What did I just say?
You're fucking getting me. You're getting me subscribers right now. You're helping me get new subscribers as we speak. In fact, listen. If you're watching right now,
what did I just say a little while ago?
If you're watching right now on any platform, whether it's Facebook or TikTok or YouTube, just put the word subscribe in the chat. If you subscribed during this live stream. If you subscribe to my channel during this live stream, put the word subscribe in the comments. We'll see how many people subscribe to my live stream while you were getting clowned on. It's going to be hilarious. It's going to be funny. Oh, we got at least one. Omar says he just subscribed. And DJ Knob subscribed during this conversation. This is wild. Oh, we got a whole bunch of people on YouTube saying they subscribed during this conversation. They love a good crash out. They're subscribing because they want to see a man who is obviously not well crash out.
Look, I work for NASA. Who the fuck do you work for?
You certainly don't.
Who the fuck you work for?
You certainly don't, Mr. Linguist.
No one. He has no one. He works on YouTube.
I run my own business now.
I am. You add I am to make it what?
I am. You mean eam. Yod mem. Yod mem. Do you know what it?
Justin,
he doesn't know what a fucking. He doesn't even know the alphabet. Oh
Justin,
my God!
What did I say like 2 minutes ago? Do you?
He doesn't know the alphabet.
He doesn't even know that conversation. Here, everyone, look. Here it is.
He doesn't know the Hebrew alphabet. None.
This proves he's a fucking moron.
No one can read that. It's tiny.
I am. There you go.
You mean
Justin, why do you lie?
Eam.
Why do you lie?
You actually need.
I am.
You need more.
Am.
No.
Eam.
Nope. You're wrong.
The English letter.
You
I am.
are. Nope.
Oh, so when I translate Elohim,
you need,
I don't put an I am?
You need
that makes it
more.
plural?
You
that
need
means
more.
many? Are you a jackass?
You need more than that
Are you
Hebrew.
A jackass?
Do you want me to explain why you need? You're missing a
He's
letter.
an actual jackass.
You're missing a letter. You're
He's
missing a letter.
Fucking a jackass.
You're missing a letter. Do you want me to tell you which letter you're missing?
I'm not missing the hey.
Do you want me to tell you which letter you're missing?
I'm not missing a hey. I'm not missing a hey.
I'm not asking you about a hey. I said, do you want me to tell you which letter you're missing?
He's trying to act like me. Look, he's tapping on his chair. He wants to act like me.
So, do you want to know?
You need to be a decent dude. You're not decent
do you want to
all,
know? Do you want to know? Okay, I'll write it out for you because I know you don't know Hebrew. It would actually be a very easy thing to do because, as it turns out,
this guy is complete fool. I tell you,
this is really an easy thing to do. In fact, I bet you don't know anything I'm about to write down. So, for example, what you need to do if you've got a Hebrew shoresh, so you've got a 3 consonant root. The thing that you actually have to do typically is put a hierarch underneath the 3rd radical, and then you're typically going to have a yod in here, and then you're going to have a mem. So this is how you would do it. Now, this is the letter you're missing. Now, the reason why this is important is because if you change this to a patach like this, then it's dual. It's no longer plural, it's dual. So it's actually really fucking important that you get the vowel under the 3rd radical correct. That's really fucking important. You would know that if you studied Hebrew like you said you did. But again, you don't know anything.
You got power when you mute people. You got power when you mute people. That make you feel good.
Yeah.
Is that what you did? Is that what you did? You gag little children. Is that what you do?
Why is this on your mind so much? Is this what you dream about? This is what you think about.
This is
wild.
Weirdo. He mutes people. So
he's telling on himself right now. He's really telling on himself. This is wild.
This is the fraud of YouTube.
The projection happening right now is pretty wild. So you're never going to address.
BMF award. Right.
You're never going to address anything that we were arguing about, were you?
Do you see your comment section? What they're saying?
You don't even know what BMF means.
Yeah, I'm smoking on his live too. He don't like it, remember?
You don't even know what BFF.
Even realize the shit.
You don't even know what BMF means. I see you smoking. I'm not stupid. So you don't know what BMF means. What does BMF mean?
You tell us. It's your guys. It's your follower.
Oh, look! I turned your camera off.
You just went to
now you're not smoking on my live stream. He's not smoking on my live stream anymore. Cool. So BMF is referring to a person. It's not an acronym. It's referring to a person. I do have power, which is why I turned your camera off.
You're a fake.
The guy who claimed to have a PhD in linguistics.
What a fake.
The guy with a PhD in linguistics says, I'm a fake.
To you, Jerry,
I'm the fake because
I'm
went to school and studied the language. And also, by the way, you weren't wrong. You weren't actually correct about Elohim. You still have to add the I vowel in there and the yod, which you didn't do. So anyway, so here's I think what we probably need to do, because you're not, first of all, you're not going to engage in any conversation. That's fine. What you came to do is to, I don't know, fucking preach, tell a story. I don't actually know why you came here. I assume it's to crash out. So I'm going to give you I'm not going to interrupt you once. I'm going to give you an uninterrupted 2 minutes to make your case for the topic that you came in on. The topic that you wanted to talk about when you came in. I'm going to shut up and let you make your case for a full 2 minutes. And then you have to shut up and let me give you a rebuttal for 2 minutes. How's that?
Put me back up on camera and unmute me, weirdo.
Are you going to put your cigarette out?
My cigarette's been out.
Well, I don't know that. I turned your camera off.
Why do you have to be so weird? Really, I mean, honestly, I'm just asking you man to man.
Telling
Why
himself
do you have to be so weird?
Telling on himself again is pretty wild.
So you gave me these topics, so you're pushing the narrative, right? I
So-
can't choose my own topic.
So I told you you could pick your topic.
So I pick my topic
Still waiting.
and explain to me
Just
how
pick your
come
topic.
how come sperm moves on its own?
Just pick your topic. I said make a case. Tell me what your
I'm making a
topic
case.
is. Okay,
How,
so
how
you're
does sperm
okay,
move
so
on
you-
its own?
so okay. That's not a case. That's a question. So when you make a case, you're going to give an argument. You're not going to ask me questions.
So he says God
So-
does not exist, everyone.
so
He says
what
God
is-
does not exist.
So what's your
Yet
argument?
A sperm is a single-celled organism that moves on its own.
Okay, it's not. By the way, sperm is not a single-celled organism. I have no idea why he thought that. How many cells are in sperm? Hold on. How many cells are in a sperm? Oh, fucking A. He might be right. It says one microscopic cell. There's such a thing as a one-celled sperm. Listen, I might have been wrong here. Contains the nucleus with your 23 chromosomes and the enzymes required to penetrate an egg. Fucking A, look at that. He got one thing right. He gets bonus points. He definitely gets bonus points for getting one thing right. But he will be back, I'm sure, to crash out and say all kinds of... to be fair to the comments, it's not really an organism. I don't know. Hold on. How do we define an organism? Is sperm considered an organism? It says sperm is generally not classified as an independent organism. Instead, it is considered a highly specialized reproductive cell or gamete. Yeah, okay. So it's a single-celled thing, gamete, I guess. All right, I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. Thanks for hanging out with me while we let him crash out. That'll be a fun clip. I might pair that with the one from Unapologetic. RN Jesus has finally caught a stream live just to see Lapdog roll over for a lying god. I mean, you're going to get some of that. You're going to get a whole lot of that, most likely, actually. And yeah, Doberman didn't have much bite. 800 Drago says a dad joke to detoxify from CS Man. Well, what did the hurricane say to the island? I've got my eye on you. Oh, that was good. That was a good joke. I appreciate that. Peace, loving cake says Captain Skeleton, aka Patient Zero for stupidity. You can tell when the rot is set in when he can't fathom the idea of someone going to school. Isn't that wild? He told me on Sunday's stream on Unapologetic that he has a PhD in linguistics. And he knew Hebrew. And he was an Israelite. And now he works for NASA. And he also works for the FBI. He's tracking me down. Face the chair says, me fail English? That's impossible, Captain Skelly. Yes, that's good. I like that one. And from Ollie says, Doberman equals dodge, duck, dip, dive, call J disingenuous, and dodge. That's the key. Like, if you can't do an argument, what you can do is sophistry, rhetoric. And Etheria says, hi, Justin. Check out Autotheist by Baby Bugs. If you're not familiar, I think you'll dig it. Well, I've never even heard of it. Autotheist Baby. Is this a band? It looks like a band. I'll have to check it out. Thanks for the recommendation. And Ashera with another super chat. Thank you, Captain Skeleton Man is Texas Panhandlers, Nebraska Steve. Amazing. I'm a little bit worried about Nebraska Steve. I haven't seen him on any shows in a while. We're hoping the adoption papers go through soon. Well, listen, if you need a reference, if you need like an adoption reference, let me know. I'll co-sign the reference paper. And Gretchen says, stop comparing Skeleton to our sainted BMF. He's literally Minar plus Deathless Light. That might be true, actually. This man is unhinged. And D20, thank you for the super death, says, just so you know, Captain, skeleton dude that lives in his mom's basement. People who are intelligent do not speak or debate like you do. This is Andrew Wilson level of debaters. Yikes. Stop watching modern day debate. You know what? This is worse than Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson will actually listen to what the opponent says and then respond to what the opponent says. Now, he doesn't make any arguments because then he would demonstrate he doesn't have a good position, but he'll at least listen and respond. So, And Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for the additional super chat. Skeletor, I was a Japanese language major, is transliterated as Konochiwa and translated as hello. Hope that helps, you obnoxious foul-mouthed psycho fraud with definitely no Harvard PhD. Yeah. Listen, if you have a PhD in linguistics, you absolutely must at least know translation versus transliteration. That's step number one. Gretchen says, Captain Stolen Valor strikes again. True. Lots of stolen valor here with the captain. Lots of it. And Jumarel Richie says, I love your channel. Well, thank you, Jum. I appreciate that. Big W. Thank you for the $20 super chat. And Gordon loves science. Good to see you too, Justin. This super chat is to thank you for your takedown of Captain Skeleton Man. It's sad that people like this are allowed to behave like this online. Lucky for him, we believe in free speech. True. We do believe in free speech. And I think I gave him enough room to talk, probably more than he deserved. When they talk over the host is not really required to give them space to keep doing it. And Furtive Patak, speaking of Hebrew, nobody who knows Hebrew would spell a Hebrew word in English letters. I know. Cap Skelly needs a wellness check. I agree. He's not well because he's spending all of his time crashing out on atheist lives, by the way. This is what he's doing with his time now because he's not employed. Former Prophet Nathan, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hey, everyone. Hope y'all good. Glad I could catch a live during the summer session. I have a friend who's a big Christian. Your arguments have been pivotal in my discussions with him. Cheat sheet for the win. Fuck, my camera just shut off because I think my camera cooler was off. Let me turn it back on. Sorry. Okay. It looks like it's time for a new camera cooler. By the way, if you own a Sony camera, like a ZV or a EZV, what the fuck did that in? Oh, I already forgot the model of my camera. If you own one of their newer cameras, that's not the cinematic, but like the creator camera, they fucking overheat. You have to have a fan on it at all times, or you get like 20 minutes before it overheats. Nevertheless, my fan does work, but I think it's starting to freeze up a little bit. Maybe it needs cleaned out. But nevertheless, we're back. We're back. Sorry about the delay, my friends. Anyways, you said, I have a friend who's a big Christian. Your arguments have been pivotal in my discussion with him. Cheat sheet for the win. Rock hard for Doug. Love ya. Former prophet, I love to hear it. That's what the cheat sheet is for. Help you and your friends deconstruct with knowledge. And Dylan says, thank you, Justin, for the absolute feast of barbecue from Captain Skeleton Man's Crash Out. That's what I'm talking about, Rock Hard for Doug. And Viking Chef is here too. TikTok banned me for caps. Well, they do that. I came to YouTube to comment. Skeleton is a YouTube Hebrew scholar. Be careful, he knows fuck all. True. By fuck all, we mean all of nothing. And William, thank you for the super chat, friend, says Eve was a transgender clone of Adam. That actually might be the case, depending on how you're reading that text, actually. I'm going to grab two more chats, and then we're going to continue our conversation. Narcissa, great to see you, my friend. And thank you for the $50 super chat. That's huge. I appreciate it. Don't have anything clever. Just yay, Knicks. I mean, the Knicks deserve it. What, the 53-year drought? Congrats to the Knicks. They earned it. And Randy, thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. If you got a membership on DZ Debates today or on Deconstruction Zone, you should have access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet under your channel perks. Go ahead and check it out. It's a really cool resource. Now, next in line was God's spokesman, and then Jerry, and then Sky. That's the order in which they have come in. So that's the order in which I'll grab them from the queue. If you're watching on YouTube or Facebook or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen to join the conversation. If you're on not Facebook, I mean TikTok, just use the guest request. I can pull you up on TikTok or through the link on the screen. But God Spokesman, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, what's up?
So you're at least 18, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you, I'm sorry, I forgot we're not doing our usual prompt today. Which one of the prompts on the screen would you like to address first?
I couldn't get on the second one, but we could start with the first one.
Okay. So the claim that God does not exist, I think, is obviously one where you and I are going to have different viewpoints. If you have an argument, a piece of evidence, some kind of proposition that would provide, I don't know, at least some movement towards theism, I'd love to hear it. Are you a Christian?
No, I wouldn't call myself a Christian, but yeah, before we start, like, there's a lot of people in the chat addressing me and stuff. So I just want to say something to them. I really don't see any point of all the arguing in the chat. If you really want to argue, just come up on the live. But yeah.
It's kind of fun.
Anyways. No, it is fun. But anyways, so space, time, and matter all came into existence at the beginning of our universe, right?
No.
Therefore, whatever caused the universe cannot be made out of space, time, or matter.
Why would I
And it
believe?
must be spaceless.
Why would I believe that our universe came into existence from nothing?
I don't know. I'm sorry. My connection is
okay.
bugging out. What did you say?
I can hear you. Why would I believe that the universe came into being at a beginning point rather than, I don't know, always existing?
Well, because the universe began to exist, like, that's explained by modern astrophysics and, like, the Big Bang Theory.
No, it's not. The Big Bang Theory has nothing to do with whether or not the universe came into existence. It's just describing how a hot, dense state expanded into what we can observe right now. It doesn't say that the universe didn't exist.
Well, the universe must have a cause.
Why?
Because it's... Hello?
Why? Why does the universe have to have a cause? An initial cause?
Well, because the universe cannot be made out of space, time, or matter. So there must be...
I don't think it was made. I think it always existed. Why would I believe that it once didn't exist?
Well, something that always exists deteriorates over time.
So?
So I don't know. The Earth seems kind of fine now.
But the Earth isn't going to exist forever. It's going to get destroyed by the sun and then probably by the Andromeda galaxy when it collides.
But that's true.
So it's going to get destroyed.
Is that true?
Yeah. Yeah. The sun's going to continue to grow. It's going to expand, before it goes out.
So, before the universe, what was there?
I don't think there is such a thing as before the universe.
Right, because it's always existed to you, right?
Yeah. So why would I believe that it once didn't exist?
Well, I mean, if the universe always existed, right, then that would mean that a law of entropy is not real.
No, wouldn't mean that at all. Law of entropy is describing heat transfer. That's why it's the second law of thermodynamics. It's talking about energy transfer.
Right.
Right.
So
and
if the universe had already...
It just says in an isolated system, entropy is not going to decrease, and that seems to be the case. We also don't know that the universe is finite. or a closed
Right.
system or isolated. And let's imagine that it is, though. It would just mean that eventually the universe would reach equilibrium, which is what happens with entropy. It doesn't increase indefinitely forever. It increases until you reach thermal equilibrium or energetic equilibrium.
Okay, so if the universe had already existed for an eternity, for an infinite amount of time, then I
Yeah.
think it would already be drained,
Why? What do you mean by
and the
drained?
universe would be cold and dark and dead. It would be like there would
Why?
be no more heat,
Why? Why would we think that?
because in the closed system, all the usable energy is always running down,
But
and it's turning into unusable heat.
no, it's not. In a closed system, the energy in that system is conserved. That's the conservation of energy.
Right, like a giant battery.
Well, no. It's just conserved, meaning the amount of energy that is in a closed system will remain that same total amount of energy unless it's acted on by something outside of it. I don't know, like gravity. But then I don't know if we would call it a closed system.
So then, like, even if you were to like rewind like the Big Bang, right? So before the Big Bang, everything in the universe eventually still would be one like point, like one singularity.
Oh, we don't know that, right? When we talk about the Big Bang, what we have is an explanation for the observable universe. We have no idea what's beyond the observable universe.
Damn, so that means if the past is infinite, then there's an infinite number of days that had to happen before we could reach today.
Yeah, that's what infinity is. There's no beginning or end. There's no first day. I mean, if you're counting days like revolutions of the earth, yeah, there's a first day, but there's no beginning of time. Welcome in everybody from the Ian raid.
I don't know. I think maybe infinity is more like a tool, like a conceptual tool that you could use in math. It's not really like something real, like something with substance.
What are you talking about? How many numbers are
Like
there?
infinity just there's a lot.
An
Infinity
infinite amount?
creates nah. I don't
Yeah,
know
there are.
actually.
There's an infinite amount of numbers.
I know pi. I don't know, like 3.17 something. You know what I mean? But infinity creates impossible absurdities though.
Like what?
And it's like you can't apply, like if you have a hotel with an infinite number of rooms and they're all full, like you could still somehow fit infinite number of new guests.
Right, you're
But like
appealing
that's
to
like
Hilbert's hotel, and that thought experiment fails because you can actually solve the problem by appealing to infinite time. Infinite time actually solved that riddle.
or I don't know. I feel like that everything that begins to exist has a cause though. Like
But we have no reason to believe that our universe began to exist.
I don't know. I think there's a creator.
Well, I'm sure you
I think
do.
God doesn't exist.
I'm sure you do. I just don't know if you've thought about this argument very long. This is a popular argument that William Lane Craig, I would say he most popularized it in the modern times, at least. Was not a very good argument. It doesn't usually work. It depends on the idea that the universe had a first moment, and nobody can substantiate that the universe did have a first moment.
Okay, so maybe then I'll have to spin back around for that point then.
Sure.
Seems like you know a lot more than me. You know, I actually never heard of you until
Oh,
I seen you on TikTok, but it seems like you're pretty popular.
I'm a nobody. Don't worry about me.
You know, a lot of nobodies are smart though. I'll give you that.
Possibly. I appreciate that. Is there another topic you wanted to jump into?
Well, yeah, I was gonna get on to the second one.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I feel like, well, when it comes to religious and like scriptural like prohibitions, like homosexuality is wrong, like in many different religions. and that's
Okay.
because human sexuality was created by God for procreation. Like husband and wife, and same-sex relationships like are missing the divinely intended purposes.
Okay. So I'm not allowed to have sex anymore because I'm not having any more kids?
Well, nobody said that. If you marry with a woman, that's your woman. If you
Um,
want to have sex with her, you can.
okay. So
But
it's okay to get married and to have sex
yeah, it's
and
like,
then to never have kids.
yeah, if you're a man and a woman, yeah.
Okay. But that means if God created sex specifically to procreate, that means it would be wrong to be in a not a same sex, but an actual opposite sex relationship and not have kids. So
Well,
that
not
argument
necessarily.
doesn't work.
Not necessarily. I mean, Moses was with Sarah for a very long time and
Mhm.
never had kids.
No, I'm not referring to not able to have kids. I mean literally deciding that they don't want kids. Would it be wrong for a couple to get together and then just decide, hey, I don't think we want kids, and just live their whole life together but not have kids?
No, I don't think that was wrong. That's
Okay.
that's people's choice.
Right. So what that means is that it's not wrong to have sex if it, is lacking the baby making. The baby making isn't the thing that you have to do to make it right. There must be something else.
Yeah, and it's the union of the husband and the wife.
Okay. So
That's what it is.
why? Okay. So why would it be wrong for a man and a man to be together?
Well, because then that would be like homosexuality.
Why is it wrong though?
All right. So look, a mother and a father is like the most optimal environment for raising children and stabilizing society.
No, studies have shown it's really helpful to have two parents, but it doesn't matter what their genders are.
I don't know. Like like the man and the woman, it brings distinct and irreplaceable psychological qualities, emotional qualities to parenting that same-sex relationships don't.
How, are you saying that men and women are like completely distinct emotionally? Because like to be quite sure, my mom was not a very loving individual. I mean, my dad was a dad. I turned out fine. I didn't need anyone to coddle me or to sing to me or to feed me. Um, I'm not sure it's necessary for that. And also, it could be true that there are a lot of men who have what we would call like feminine traits. But again, they're not actually necessary. What's
Right.
necessary is that you love the children and that you take care of the children. But again, not every couple needs children.
All right, I can agree with you on that.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it's kind of like a same-sex household, a child is naturally deprived of like a mother and a father, right? But we already been over that.
Yeah, I'm
But
not sure it's required.
right. But I feel like kids growing up nowadays with same-sex parents, they come out with the wrong ideas.
Like what?
Like thinking it's okay for men to be with men and women to be with women.
Right. But that's what you're trying to demonstrate is that it's wrong, right? You can't say that it's wrong because then the kids will learn to do it too, because that doesn't make it wrong, right? For it to be a problem for the kids, you have to first establish that it's wrong. It's like if I said, listen, your favorite color is brown. Like that pukey one that they're using on the new cars right now. And I said, listen,
Yeah.
you're wrong for liking that color. And the reason why you're wrong is because you're going to teach your children to like that color. Well, that doesn't justify why it's wrong. It just is stating your preference.
Right. But the Levitical laws in the Bible, they restrict these things.
So they also restrict eating shellfish, sowing multiple types of seeds in one field, wearing mixed fabrics. They allow for slavery, selling your daughter as concubines, kidnapping women in war. I'm not sure the Bible is like, why would I care about the morals that are written in the Bible, especially in the Levitical law code where it says that you can own slaves as property for life?
I don't think it's slaves. I think it's more like servants.
No, it says they'll be your property. I can read it for you. Don't worry. My guess is that you sound pretty young, which means you just might not have gotten around to reading this passage yet. So give me 1 second. Sorry, friends, the TikTok stream keeps getting laggy, and I'm going to adjust the resolution here when I get time so that we can speed things up. Oh, I can't do it in real time, can I? Okay. I can't change the delay either. Okay. Well, I'll just have to deal with it. Maybe my internet connection's slowing down and I have to kill my YouTube stream. We'll see. But nevertheless, Facebook stream. Not a lot of people are watching on Facebook typically. But it says in Leviticus in 44, there we go. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property.
It says, these you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Mm-hmm.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, these people that they're taking as slaves and servants, were they people who have done them wrong in the past?
No, it's just any foreigner that they want to enslave.
That's nice. Yeah, I never read that.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And in Exodus 21, we find that you can sell your daughter, essentially is what we would call a sex slave, but the Bible would refer to them as a concubine, but it's a sex slave, essentially. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed, so on and so forth. So, like, concubinage was very acceptable in the ancient world, and it's acceptable in the law of Moses too.
Damn.
I know it's tough. Tough.
That's good.
There's some hard verses. I remember the first time I came upon some of these verses, they really stopped me in my tracks. They're tough.
So I'm not even trying to get into monologue because I'm going to step down and let somebody else get up here. Just because I just wanted to talk and just get some points across, see what you had to say, and then just review it together, I guess. But
Okay.
wait, so you were an ex-pastor?
Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah,
So
and
you must
I
be,
discovered that the Bible is not true, and so I left.
wait, so somebody in the comments was saying that you were Jewish. Is that true?
No, I was never Jewish.
I think it's because you were putting Hebrew on the screen, and like people would probably just thought you were Jewish or something.
A lot of people think I'm Jewish just because I study the Old Testament and I learned Hebrew when I was in school.
No, that's nice though. No, like, not everybody can understand that.
Right. Yes, it's a fun language.
Even the guest before, I don't know, he was talking about translation, transliteration. I don't know, he was on one though.
Yeah, he doesn't know what's up. He's not well. That man comes and crashes out on everybody's live stream. He's really only good for weird entertainment. He's not good for actual dialogue.
All right, well, I'm gonna step off though. Get somebody else up here, and maybe they could do something better than me.
Okay, take care of yourself, man. Thanks for coming up. Man, we had a grown-ass man up here crashing out. It took a young person, he sounded no more than 19 or 20, to show the adults how to have a calm, rational conversation. That was fantastic. Ontological Shock, thank you for the super chat, says Captain Skelly is a linguistic working at NASA. That's what the fuck I was saying. Why is he working at NASA? Does he literally think that because he owns a hat that says NASA, we're going to believe he fucking works there after lying about having a PhD? Is he training, translating for aliens? What a good... Fuck over Doug. Yeah, Captain really is the gift that keeps on giving. Yoda St. Cloud, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. That's it. This caller sucks. True, that caller did suck. I mean, not the last one, Captain Skeleton. I'm bringing back the schism. Oh, fuck. Join me on the horizontal plane, brothers and sisters. Live streams were promised to us by Doug. The dirty birdies must go. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sherrod, and gay for Justin. Listen, there is still rumbling under like the hood some schism talk. Like this is like the Pope anti-Pope type of schism. Trying to keep it under wraps. Good to see you, Yoda, though. And Gordon loves science. Thank you for additional super chats. Says Justin, when John joins you on your stream, you need to compare notes on this fool. I think we will. It's hard not to talk about an idiot that's this much of an idiot. And Stefan, thank you for the super chat. Says thank you for your donation. I appreciate your donation, friend. And Cedar and Sound, good to see you as well. Says Justin, sometimes you should know when you spend too much time cooking the same asshole. Just ends up smelling like shit. I'm no cactus expert, but this guy is a prick for sure. You know what? It's true. It's true. I don't think. First of all, Cedar, you're right. But I don't think he's coming back to my channel. So I kind of wanted to. I wanted to get as much out of him as I could with our one conversation. He's crazy, but I don't think he's going to make a second visit. You know what I mean? And also, Tales of the Levant, good to see you, friend, says, with your new electrical engineering channel coming up, I'm curious, do you do any consulting on the side? I've got a project I'm working on, and I'm a total noob learning it as I go at home. Okay, so I used to. In fact, when I was in seminary, that's what I did to pay for my life, to get through seminary. I ran a engineering company where I did programming, robotics. I even did training classes. I would go to people's businesses and train their maintenance man on how to tear machines down, program them, repair them, maintenance them, and it was a good time. And a lot of the programming I could do remotely. But nevertheless, I'm afraid that I'm too busy for that now. I could, like, if YouTube like to change their algorithm and really fucked me up, I could probably just reopen my my consulting business. But I don't want to do that because I traveled a lot. I did travel a lot when I was doing that. And one of the reasons why I stopped doing it because I wanted to get off the road. Yeah, but fair question. If you have an electrical question, though, you're welcome to message me. If it's residential, I can give you basic answers. My expertise was in machines and robot design. So I know a lot of industrial codes and practices. I'm less familiar with the new household practices, although I've got a copy of the NEC guide, so I could look it up. Bozo says, Captain is a reason free speech is so important. We could all be here, bored out of our mind, but this brave man is sacrificing himself for us. Thank you, Captain. True, this guy came in and gave us his time and rage for entertainment. And Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for a $20 super chat, says, cannot say I became a sub because of Skeletor, but can say I signed as a monthly member because of him. Fucking A. I see the member star. Thank you, Matthew. And last super chat for now from Matthew again. Thank you. Also, sperm in multicellular organisms are specialized single cells, not distinct organisms. Yet, more BS from Skelly. I had a grad course work in molecular cell biology. Oh, fuck. Thank you for letting us know. A real education. You took an actual college course. That's what we love to hear. Fantastic. All right. I said next in line was going to be Jerry. So let me grab Jerry and then Sky, and then I'll move back to the TikTok queue. First in the TikTok queue looks to be Thomas. So welcome in, Jerry.
Hey, Justin. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Really good. Thank you for letting me on, giving me your time.
Sure thing. Jerry, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am, man.
Sure. And which topic on the screen did you want to address?
I'd like to address the second topic.
Okay. What do you think would be wrong about same-sex relationships?
I'd like to approach this conversation from an angle, which is kind of asking you a question, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Sure.
My question would be, where do you get your morality from?
Well, I think morality is subjective, and the reality is So do you. You just
Yeah.
don't know it yet because you
Mhm.
probably think that your God invented morals, and that means that they're subjective. They come from your God's mind. And that means both of us would have subjective morals. And I don't actually have a good reason to care about your God's morals, even if your God did exist.
Oh man, you made my like conversation like super cut short. Yeah. I
Mhm.
mean, if you were to admit that what you just did, that your morality is subjective, then who are how would I say this? Sorry if I like sound rude. English is not my first language, yeah. But like I would say like who are you to say like this is wrong?
Well, I didn't.
Um
I didn't.
having
I
sex
said it's
slaves.
not wrong.
Okay, so like when I was watching your stream, you brought up like the Bible verses of, selling your daughter and calling, which is crazy stuff, by the way.
Mhm.
But selling your daughter as sex slaves and slavery, which of course is crazy. But if you believe that subject morality is subjective, then who are you to say that this is crazy or this is wrong? If you know what I'm
But
saying, it's kind of
be-
like a glass
because
cannon and
that's the point. The point is for us to discuss why homosexuality would be considered wrong, whether it's objective or subjective.
awesome. Okay, I see your point. Let's talk about that then.
Mhm.
I would ask
Well,
you.
mhm.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
No, I was about to just ask you, is there a reason to believe that it is wrong?
You said it for me, man. I objectively believe it's wrong because my God said so. I mean, a straight answer.
Okay,
Um,
so
yeah,
there's two ways we can go. The first way is that you have to prove that your God is real. The second
yeah,
way is I can just say, well, I don't give a fuck about your God's morals. Why do I care about that?
absolutely. Let's talk about the second point.
Mhm.
I would say my argument is um, proving God to the side. Without objective morality, there would be chaos.
It's not
For
objective though.
yeah, that's where we'd have to conversate. Then I had to convince you that there is God and all that stuff. But that's
No,
my
no. What I'm saying, if your God is real, then you don't have objective morals. You have subjective morals because your God decided what is moral. That's
right,
mind dependent, makes it subjective.
right. Would I right? Could I reform the question to ask you like, is incest
Mhm.
wrong?
I don't actually know if incest is wrong. I think it can be hazardous, right? So, for example, if you practice incest, there is
Yeah,
a likelihood that you could produce children that have defects. You could severely damage the lineage. But nevertheless, if you're just like, I don't know, if you're just chilling with your cousin and you don't plan on having kids, or if you're fixed, so that's not even a risk. I don't see where the problem is.
bro, you're the most truthful person, atheist I've ever spoken to. What the hell?
I don't.
Okay, so you admit that, like, let's say there's protection, me and my sister, or actually, that's horrible. Two brothers, right, or two sisters with protection, and
Are they
you
full
know,
grown adults that can consent?
yeah, you have no problem with that.
Why? Why would I?
Shit, I think. I mean,
I mean, it's gross. To me, it's
it,
disgusting.
it's
But
the
I,
it's the
I
gross sort of stuff.
I have no reason to say that it's wrong.
Shit, bro. I mean, sorry, pardon the language. Um,
Why would it be wrong?
I mean, I don't know how I could proceed from there. If
Well,
I'm
the
talking to
Bible
someone
doesn't.
who,
The Bible allowed it.
oh, well,
Abraham
Bible,
was married to his half sister.
yeah, don't worry about the Bible. That book is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of
But
crazy. So, I mean, you were going to use incest because you expected that I was going to say it was wrong, and then you were going to pivot to the LGBTQ topic and try to apply it there. But I'm actually
yeah,
consistent. I
you're
if until you
consistent,
can
which
tell
caught
me
me off
why
guard.
it's wrong, I don't have a reason to believe that it is.
Yeah, so like honestly, you caught me off guard. Like I've always spoken to atheists who would like push back on the incest analogy, and you're the first to not, which caught me off guard. I'm
Mhm.
like, shoot, like
Yeah.
what now? I mean, the guy
Mhm.
has no problem with incest, so is there any point in continuing the conversation? But we could talk about me. I mean, you were straightforward. You're pretty honest. I could tell you what I believe, and we could go off of that. What do you say?
Sure. Yeah. If you want to switch to the first topic, God does not exist. I'm more than happy to engage with that.
Sure. Cool. All right. I believe God exists for we could use the conversation that the previous guy spoke about, which is like the universe itself. I think that's a really valid argument to use. Um,
The kalam?
the sorry, the baby's going crazy. Which
That's
is the
okay.
existence of our universe, how it has like a starting point. It is not infinite. At least majority of scientists, they say that there is a starting point from this universe, which is initially the Big Bang.
I don't
Um,
know scientists that say that. In fact, the surveys I have available to me say the opposite.
okay, let me write this down.
Yeah.
So you have surveys that say that
Mhm.
there is not a starting point for the universe.
Yeah, there's a really interesting survey that's pretty recent that was done in it's called the Copenhagen Survey on Black Holes and Fundamental Physics, and they asked quite a few questions inside of this survey. And one of the questions is about how to understand the Big Bang in regards to whether or not it like was the beginning of time or
Right.
not. And
Right.
the majority of the respondents says no, the Big Bang does not make any comments about whether or not it is the beginning of time.
Then what's all the talk regarding the like the whole telescope catching like I'm really not illiterate with this stuff, but the expansion of like rays and like how the universe is kind of like in an explosion fashion. Now it's going outwards.
Mhm.
Then what's all that about?
Well, yeah. So the Big Bang is describing how a hot, dense state expanded. That's what the Big Bang's
Mhm.
talking about. Now,
Mhm.
there's a couple things we don't know, right? We know that there's a limit to what we can observe. So
Right.
outside of the observable universe, we have no idea what's out there. It could be possible that our universe is a tiny blip inside of a much larger universe, and that our pocket is expanding, but that the rest of the universe is actually not expanding. We have no idea. So the reality is there's a lot of
Mhm.
unanswered questions about
Mhm.
like the nature of the universe, but I don't think there's many scientists or physicists today that
Mhm.
are holding on to the idea that the Big Bang is like the beginning of all things. This was more popular, say, like 100 years ago, when people were just starting to consider the idea. And then they were already religious. They already had like this cultural upbringing that
Mhm.
suggested that the universe had a start. And so it went unchallenged for a long time. But modern physicists they're not describing the Big Bang that way anymore.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna speak from ignorance. I will definitely research that. I wrote it down. So thanks for that, man.
Yeah, it's the Copenhagen Survey on Black Holes and Fundamental Physics. It was really neat. It just happened to have a survey about the Big Bang. It says, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And the answers, in fact, I'll put it on the screen
That'll be
so you
good.
can see the numbers. You can download a PDF of it as well. I
Perfect.
forgot where I put my PDF, but it's not too big of a deal. And the answers are an absolute beginning of time, starting with a singularity at its start, an absolute beginning of time without a singularity. And then the most popular answer, 68%, is a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. And so until there's like, I don't know, say evidence, data to suggest that the universe did not exist prior to the Big Bang, I'm not sure we can say that it didn't. And it
Mhm.
seems like fields, say like the electromagnetic field, quantum fields, the electron field, it seems like fields are kind of like fundamental to the universe and that they can't they can't not exist if they exist. So like energy seems, as far as we can tell, to be conserved in the universe. But again, we have unanswered questions because we don't know what's beyond our observable universe.
Interestingly, though, when you were sharing your screen, it said that the one with the most votes, the word like it said the universe originates. Originates implies that there is a starting point, though.
No.
So, for example, the one with so you got the theory that says the universe evolved that says nothing about. Oh, I'm sorry, I misread that. Then
It's okay.
interesting. Okay, yeah, I'll take a
Yeah.
look at that. Thank you.
You also might
Okay.
want to have a chat with my friend Dr. Blitz. So look for a guy that's on YouTube and TikTok that streams a couple times a week. His name is Blitz PhD. He has a PhD in physics. He does theoretical physics. And if you want to talk more about the universe and possible origins, he's going to have a lot of cool information for you.
For sure. And where do you sit with the design of the universe?
Oh, well, obviously I don't believe that it was designed.
Right. Like, for example, the human design, like where the human, the solar system, the calculations, the mathematics. Do you think all that is just like a coincidence?
You mean like fine tuning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think life is a consequence of the universe being vast and infinite. It's basically a guarantee that life is going to arise somewhere. And I don't view it as being finely tuned. In fact, the reason why, to me, the nail in the coffin for every fine tuning argument is it assumes that there was a goal, and that goal was to whatever, create life or something. But if there's no God, then there's no goal. Like the universe itself doesn't have a goal, right? So the fact that life happened, whether it's rare or not, is meaningless. It does not imply fine tuning at all. If life didn't exist, life just wouldn't exist. No one cares.
That's it. That's your point. Okay. So basically, to conclude, so I understood your arguments, and tell me if I misunderstood you or So we spoke about the second point, which is like, well, we first initially started talking about objective morality, and your claim is that there is no such thing as objective morality. Everything is subjective. So,
well, that's not entirely true. It depends on what you believe in. There are people who believe in objective morals that they exist in like a Platonic sense. Just like if you believe in Platonic forms, they would exist in that particular manner. But I don't know many people who believe that. I know maybe one.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I've rarely heard of that one. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if your God decided what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, that means the God decided what morals are going to be. And that means that they're subjective. They came from a mind. And it just happened to be that they came from the mind of a deity.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I don't know why they would be normative for me. Like, imagine your God is real, and your God did decide that homosexuality was wrong. Why should I care what your God thinks?
Well, I mean, if that God is true, then at the end of the day, I mean, you're screwed.
So the reason to obey that God is just to avoid self-harm, or just to avoid getting harmed?
I mean, the reason to obey the God, or the true God, is because he's the one that created you. He's basically the one that fashioned you, that provides for you, that protects you, that gave you everything you need to sustain your life, to live.
I don't think he does those things.
Well, you don't believe in it.
If he was, no, I'm saying if your God was real, right? He's not sustaining anybody. 3 million children die every year of starvation. Babies are born with bone cancer. Like, this is a horrific place if God actually designed it to be this way.
Well, now we can enter the conversation of injustice, and like the argument of injustice. Like, why, if there is a God, why is there injustice? And of course, you've heard all the arguments, like this life's a test, and
well, I don't mean to say injustice. I mean, the design of the world is problematic, right? If I designed a house and the house would, who knows, every once in a while emit a toxic gas and kill the inhabitants. That's not me. I designed that fucker, right? So when we're placed on a planet that God designed that has like natural disasters, bone cancer, things like that, things that are not in our control, then it's horrific. It's like building a house that harms its inhabitants.
Yeah, it still falls under the principle of this life being a test, right? Of course, this answer is completely garbage to an atheist because he doesn't even believe in God. But from the paradigm of one who believes in God, like, the answer of like this life being a test and the true life is the afterlife. That's what it ultimately comes down to. But like I said, this answer is completely bummed up when it comes to speaking to atheists, which is why I wouldn't give this answer to an atheist. I would.
Why do we need tested? Doesn't God already know?
Good question. So yeah, like if God knows the future, present, and past, what's the point of test? Well, it comes from the point of justice. So if God were to just create you and poof, you're standing right in front of him and he says, I'm going to throw you in hell because if you lived in, I know that if you lived on earth, you're going to be a bad person. So I'm just going to throw you in hell. That there would be still an excuse, which is you could say, but God, you didn't give me a chance. So when
But
you're standing in front of him, yeah, that's
but
like
he he
Mhm.
could just not create the ones that he knows are going to go to hell.
Well, then he already created something like that. That's the
So,
thing. He
but
already created a creation that will not go to hell, who is completely perfect, which are the angels. The difference between a
well,
human, yeah,
that can't be
you
true. It says in Second Peter and Jude that the angels are locked up in a pit, in the abyss, waiting for judgment. They're locked up in
man,
chains.
I don't follow the Bible, and that book is kind of crazy, man.
Oh,
I don't use the Bible as a reference, man. I mean, Christianity as a whole is kind of, it's kind of crazy for me. But I mean, that's also a different topic. Like, what's my religion, all that, which I don't think it needs to get into. I mean, but I see your point. So I'm gonna go it back, bring it back to the goalpost we were talking about. So I'll definitely do some research on that
hmm
universe stuff you're talking about, that black hole. I wrote
okay.
down that no. Um, and so you believe that there is no objective reality, objective morality. Everything is
Right.
subjective.
That's my view. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I want to dive in a bit, maybe like take 5 more minutes of your time.
Sure.
Maybe less because the baby's gonna go crazy soon. Uh, so if every morality is subjective, wouldn't that be, um, wouldn't that bring chaos to the earth?
No, because that's what we have already. People can't universally agree on right and wrong. They can't universally agree on how to punish people who do wrong things or how to reward people who do right things. We already have a system in which a lot of humans disagree on right and wrong. Now, we agree on a lot. And the reason why we agree on a lot is because most of us have an internal like dialogue that knows we don't want to be harmed. I know that I don't want to be harmed. So logically, it makes sense to live in a society where we have rules that says we can't harm each other because that means I won't get harmed. So even if all we're doing is being selfish, it still makes sense to have some baseline laws, what we would call morals, to preserve the self or to preserve our group.
Yeah, so basically it comes down to like what the social norm is, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's why they
Like,
change over time, right? Like
yeah,
it used to be socially acceptable. It used to be normal for people to own other people as property. Like this was
right,
something happening all over the world, and it happened
right,
for a long time. And now
right.
the majority of people say, no, that's wrong, right? Because morals are subjective, and we, over the course of time, we change our opinions.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
Yeah.
All right, all right. I
Okay.
was like trying to think honestly, like how could I uh prove there is a creator by speaking about morality? But I don't think I'm that educated in that yet. So I'll definitely have to
Yeah.
do my research.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
do some research. Come on back and have another chat with me.
Yeah.
As long as people are nice like you, I bring them up usually as many times as they show up. If people come and they act like clowns, sometimes after one or two times, I stop bringing them up.
That guy was crazy, man. I like what that Jewish guy, whatever he was doing. I was like, oh my god, dude, what is this guy saying, dude?
Yeah, yeah, he's not well. But
All right, well, thanks for having me, Jeff. I appreciate your time, man.
all right, cheers. Have a good one, Jerry.
Take care, man.
That's a good palate cleanser. He was nice. Let me grab a couple super chats, then we're gonna get Sky in here, and then Thomas. Greg, thank you for the super chat, friend, says he contradicts Jesus and tells Christians not to have children. True. Well, Jesus and Paul said not to have children, by the way. I actually should have brought that up with God's spokesman, who seemed to be like a Christian light. Is it possible that Paul faked a vision to destroy Christianity from the inside and just backfired spectacularly? That's actually a funny suggestion. I don't know, but it does remain a possibility. Because if you wanted to destroy like the Jewish version of Christianity, that'd be the way to do it. Fucking get rid of the Torah. altogether. Bye. Space Lord, good to see you. Captain S is immune to information and reflection. It's like the reverse of superpower Bizarro as a real person. Yes, he is immune to even just slowing down and thinking rationally. Theater and Sound, thank you for the additional super chat. When you presuppose our deity, you are taking Doug for granted. Absolutely. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Do not take Doug for granted. Stay rock hard for Doug. He's always hard for you. And former Prophet Nathan says, I will always be a dirty verty, the OG channel dirt verts for life. Rock hard for life. It is true. The OG channel was vertical. The algorithm's a little bit different now, but it was. Misha, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. As usual, we'll catch up later on the stream, but Justin, your hair is not standing up today. Is his a mood indicator? It's not actually. When I showered this morning, it's long and it's starting to get a little bit unwieldy, so I just kind of threw it over. I need a haircut, you know what I mean? A subtle hint of favor for the whores because your hair is no longer vertical. Obviously a joke. Rocker for Doug always. True. My hair is laying down like the horse today. So there is that. I do have some subliminal messages for the whores and verts. You'll catch it if you read the title of the live streams. Spaghetti says you mentioned a possibility on a stream a while back about the risen Christ being an imposter, which I thought was really interesting. Can you elaborate on it more? Yeah. So Mark 13 and the other parts of the Olivet Discourse says that many will come in my name and claim that I am he, but they're liars or imposters. So the gospel is already training you to think that there will be imposters. Now, what we know about this time period is it was common for people to pretend like they died and came back to life, or to pretend to be someone who was already dead, like Nero. There were a number of Nero imposters, at least 6 of them that we know from the ancient texts, that tried to make people believe that Nero resurrected from the dead, which is why he shows up as resurrected from the dead in chapter 13 of Revelation. In fact, one impostor was so good that he nearly convinced the Parthians to make war with the Romans because they thought Nero was going to be replaced back to the Roman throne. So yeah, it's a pretty good theory, and it explains why Mary Magdalene, didn't recognize him at the tomb. It explains why the disciples on the road didn't recognize him. It explains why at the end of Matthew it says that they saw him, but they still doubted. It explains these weird parts of the story where people can't fucking recognize him because it's a imposter. It's just somebody who looks similar. Matthew, and I think that's why John has Doubting Thomas. That John was written super fucking late. He added Doubting Thomas to the script to get rid of the imposter theory. Matthew Mokeen, thank you for the super chat. Fun fact: Ptolemaic dynasty, Greek royal family ruling Egypt 305 BCE to 30 BCE, is known for its brother-sister incest. True, the Greeks did some crazy stuff, including the famous Cleopatra with brother, in part because of tradition of pharaohs to concentrate wealth. Yeah, in fact, the pharaohs marrying their own siblings was such a problem that there's a lot of texts talking about it. And also texts, we know that there were genetic issues associated with it. And last super chat for now from our friend Skepticus says fine-tuning also asserts that we understand all of the forms that life can take. Radically different fine-tuned values may have led to radically different kinds of life. True. This is a specific kind of life. If the universe was different, we could still have something called life. It just won't look like this life. Very, very good point. All right, Sky is next in. Let's grab Sky from the YouTube queue, and we'll get the next one going. How you doing, Sky?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
Sure.
All right.
All right, Sky. Are you at least 18?
Yes, very
cool.
much.
And which topic did you want to grab?
I wanted to start with the God does not exist.
Okay.
And I wanted to bring up kind of an interesting perspective. I'm not an arguer. You're not going to find that from me. I'm genuinely curious with what you have to say. So I just wanted to bring up some things.
Sure.
In proving whether or not God does exist, I had been writing. I'm a writer, so I write a bunch of dumb stuff, sci-fi and fantasy and all that.
Mhm.
Um, but
Um,
I sat there thinking
Guy, my
deeply
friend,
about God.
I've Guy, don't. I'm not trying to interrupt you. I've got to run to the next room real quick to grab something. You keep talking. I'm listening. I promise. I have earbuds, wireless earbuds in. I just got to pop over to the other room real quick, and then as
Okay.
soon as I get back, I'll respond to what you're saying. I'm only saying that now because I'm about to walk away from my camera, and it might look like I'm walking away from the conversation, but I'm actually not.
Okay. Sounds good. Well, I guess I'll start with the first thing. I was thinking deeply about God and the requirements for an intelligent consciousness to exist. Like what are the parameters for such a entity or being or intelligence or whatever you want to fucking call it. So there would need to be. So I wrote down these things there would need to be in existence for a consciousness to do what it's doing. Needs a stable body or a vessel, whatever you want to call it. Because if it doesn't have instrument for interacting, it can't fully express itself. Needs energy and nutrition. Everything from all the things that come from sunlight to oxygen and all that stuff that produces every little thing we need. It needs an environment, so it needs space to inhabit. It needs sensory input, so you need organisms or interfaces to experience the environment. Sight, touch, hearing, taste, smell, all that stuff. Um, you need memory because if you were to just go without memory, everything would be impulsive. You wouldn't be able to develop identity. Like everything is a reactive uh, uh, experience. So with memory, you have a way to look back and take a reference and inform yourself about how to move forward. It's kind of interesting that we look back to move forward. Um, you need languages or symbolic structures in order to communicate uh,
I
your
don't know if I disagree
expressions.
with any of these.
Um, Another thing is, in order to have an optimal consciousness expression, you need free agency or a will of some sort. So, in order to fully express this consciousness in an optimal format, if that's what the universe is evolving to do, we need that free agency.
Right, but
Um, and
um,
then you need, and then last two things.
mhm.
Uh, you need relationships or audiences in order to express yourself fully, and to be able to share your expressions with either like-minded individuals or whether they're fans or not fans. There is still an interaction happening um, that consciousness seems to thrive on. And then you need safety and tolerable risks. Like consciousness is an adventurous thing and it's a risk taking mechanism. And, it needs to be able to evaluate risks and it can fully reveal itself with safety and these what did I say, tolerable risks. Because if you're in survival mode and all that sort of stuff, nothing's going to get developed. You shrink into defense, camouflage, you're like screaming all the time. It's just not good. So you need safety and tolerable risks. And so when I look at all these things and I was thinking about them, I was thinking, because I was listening to an article about these scientists. They're atheists, but they do seem to think that the universe is operating as an organism or an intelligence.
So
It's
I
just
what
something
I'm
we didn't understand. So
Guy, what
what
I'm trying to
I'm
figure out
saying
is what this has to do with
is
God.
what I'm saying is you need all these things in order for consciousness to thrive. So if consciousness predates or exists in an informational field, or holographic field, or, whatever people are using as terminology, if it predates physical universe, that means that the physical universe is conceived. If you jive with that. But in order for, if you have an intelligence or a
So
massive form of
I want to
data
clarify.
that's
I think what you're
hyper
suggesting
compressed.
is that the consciousness existed prior to humans.
Yeah, so I'm asking a what if. Like I'm not saying any of these is presumptions or belief. I'm genuinely asking you questions here.
So I don't
Um,
really have a reason to believe that consciousness exists outside of minds, like our brains. Is there a reason to believe that?
there's some tests like the 100 monkeys theory and other things like that, and twin studies, with twins and sharing behavioral traits and
Hmm.
thoughts,
That I think that
other.
makes the case for my side, which is that
So
the
yeah,
consciousness is what the brain is doing. I have an identical twin brother, and I can tell you that our personalities and the way that we think are really fucking similar, like incredibly similar, because our consciousness isn't derived independently from the universe. It's just something in our brains.
yeah. So you're saying it's in the brain, right?
Mhm.
So how do you not know that uh that it's just a vessel or a glove for the consciousness to express itself? That you and your brother, when you came and split into two, that each of you would have your own little thing going on, your own little story, your own little quote unquote destiny or mathematical probability, whatever you want to label it as. I guess what I'm trying to say is there's certain things in esoteric teachings and studies that talk about the idea of the body being just a vessel for soul and spirit.
But I'm
And
aware of this. I'm just trying to figure out why one would believe it. Like, is there a piece of evidence for this? Is there a piece of science that we can latch onto?
well, that's the thing. We have general constructive ideas of what we mapped of what we think consciousness is in relation to chemistry, environmental interaction, life experience, and help us determine why people are mentally ill or slow or autistic or whatever, but it doesn't fully explain why consciousness is what it is. Because right now we're working on AI, and the idea is to get to AGI, where it has the
But
same consciousness level and processability that the brain has.
okay, so
And I'm just
that
wondering,
would be a
is it
physical. That'd be a
Did the
physical
universe
consciousness, right?
did the
So if
universe
AI becomes
evolve?
conscious, that means it's physical. It arises from physical matter. But same way our brain, our consciousness arose from physical matter. What I'm trying to figure out
So
is
would
why
you?
would somebody believe that the consciousness was independent of physical development?
Yeah. See, and these are the questions I'm asking too. Like because what I'm trying to understand here is if all we are is just mappable, programmable, hackable things, it just, for me, it feels like it discredits our tenacity and our ability to think greater than ourselves, whether it be grandiose thinking or not. Like Einstein thought bigger than himself, Tesla thought bigger than themselves. Each of them had their own opinions about God, and something that is consistently debated
Hey,
that I have a hard time finding answers about
hey
is
Sky.
what is consciousness?
It might be a good idea to find me on my next Q&A, because it sounds like this is kind of moving down the Q&A path as rather than the debate path. I do Q&As pretty regularly. It's a little bit less right now because my son's with me. He's out of school, and so I don't do anything on Sunday nights. I just spend time with him. But in July, I'll be running some Q&As, and also in September. Coming back in July, September, we can do some questions back and forth. This current live stream is really just for debates. And it sounds like we don't have that much to debate about. It sounds like you're just kind of seeking answers to your questions.
Well, that's kind of what I thought the whole debate thing was about. I didn't know you were looking for a more combative experience. My bad.
No, I don't. It doesn't have to be combative. We just have to have a disagreement that we get to talk about, and I don't know if we have that. But if you just want to ask questions and go back and forth and explore some stuff, we can certainly do that during one of my Q&A live streams.
Okay.
Right.
But
Hey,
the stuff I was presenting to you was what I was meaning, like for all these things to exist, I believe that the universe had to have always existed, and same with consciousness. I just don't know if consciousness is individualized locality, location, or if it's a broad spectrum informational field that's shared by a mega consciousness that we would call God.
I don't think so. But we come on back in the future to my Q&A, and we'll explore that topic. How about that?
Okay, sounds good.
All right,
Sorry
cheers,
to
friend.
bug you.
No, it's okay.
Have a
Take
good
care, man.
one.
It was nice at least, but maybe wasn't the right time for that dialogue. Also, I missed a super chat earlier that I meant to grab earlier in the stream. I apologize. Minutemen, great to see you as always. I hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here, and thank you for the 1999 super chat. It says, hey, as a huge fan of animated Christmas specials from the 60s and 70s, myself as well, I can honestly say that the origin stories of the Heat Miser and Snow Miser are more historically accurate than any biblical story. True. Mother Nature gave birth to them, obviously. And this is the real schism. Are you on Team Heat Miser or are you on Team Snow Miser? Put heat or snow in the comments. I need to know which team you're on. I know which team I'm on. I need to know which team you're on. It's really important. If you don't know about the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser, you're going to have to watch the movie. It was The Year Without a Santa Claus, if I remember correctly. Was that the one? Let me double check. A Year Without Santa Claus? Yep, that's the one. The Year Without a Santa Claus. It's a fantastic old school claymation. You'll love it. Grazi says it was listening to you and chosen to discuss of the Exodus was a real event. Oh, what a headache he was. Oh, interesting. Well, the Exodus, I think, is mythology built around a group of people that may or may not have actually left Egypt and settled in the land of Midian. For more on this, check out the Midian hypothesis. Arthur says hi from Cape Town, South Africa. Well, hi to you, my friend. Super appreciate that. And also from Ollie, love from England. I've heard you say, I could care less. True. In the UK, we say, I couldn't care less. Surely the UK way is logically incoherent. So we actually, the correct way is to say, I couldn't care less. We have a weird habit in America, a lot of us, to say, I could care less. Most of us know you're not supposed to say that. Most of us know it's wrong, but we just do it anyways. It's one of those weird, like, flips that happen in English. It's an odd one. Jeffrey says, love your work. Do you know of anyone who has written 10 A History of Hell? Written A History of Hell, a history of the Christian belief in hell. Bart Ehrman did one recently, actually. Heaven and Hell. Definitely check it out. Also, my cheat sheet has like every mention of hell in every Jewish piece of literature that I could find. There's a tab in my cheat sheet named Hell. Read every single reference that I have in that tab. I've got like over 100 of them. I think you'll have a pretty good idea of what they thought hell was. She says, no message. I'm just paying my tithes. Hope you and your son are having a great summer. She, we're having a blast. And thank you. I super appreciate that. Steve Harvey, also thank you for yours. Yesterday you mentioned Gregorian chants and death metal. There's a pretty sick black metal band called Batushka that incorporates liturgical chanting. Well, I haven't heard of them, but I do know that there's a number of metal bands that have done it, and I do. Savior Machine! It's not quite, that's the name of the band I was thinking of yesterday. It's not quite Gregorian chant, but it's really fucking close to it. The name of it was a Christian metal band. Most people didn't listen to them. They weren't maybe that good. But that being said, the name of the band was Savior Machine, and they had a couple of pretty spicy tunes. I thought it was pretty good, actually. Crazy that I couldn't remember it in the time that I actually needed it. House of Fee says, are not natural disasters in the absence of humans just natural phenomenon? Only built infrastructures make them disasters, no? No, it's a disaster when it's killing people. You don't have to have infrastructure. If a bunch of people are living out in the plains with no infrastructure and a tornado wipes them out, I would still consider that a disaster. You know what I mean? Double Donkey Server, good to see you. Thank you for the 666. In Numbers 31:40, what happens to the 32 virgin girls that are set aside for Yahweh? Reading verse 29 says they will be an offering to Yahweh, and you nailed it. A burnt offering, to be exact. They're going to get offered up. They're devoted to destruction. This falls in line with what we find in Leviticus 27, 28 through 29, which says, nothing that a person owns and devotes to the Lord, actually devoted to destruction, harem, whether human being or animal or family land, may be sold or redeemed. Everything that is devoted is holy to the Lord. No person devoted to destruction may be ransomed. They are to be put to death. So those little children in Numbers 31 were under the harem, the ban. They were devoted to the Lord. They were going to get put up in smoke. Sorry. Bacon and Bush, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. I don't know why, but the purple light chasing the blue light around the topic became the most interesting thing happening. I think the purple light is shorter. You know what? After that last conversation, you might be right. That was a little dull. I apologize. All right, next in line is Thomas, and then it looks like Shay, and then TK, and then Zeno, if we have time. We'll see how long these conversations are. I got about another half hour, then I got to read super chats. But Thomas, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
Awesome. And which topic on the board would you like to address?
I think I'll talk about the first topic, but I've not been in the live for long enough to really understand like exactly what your views are. I'm assuming, obviously, you're an atheist that wouldn't believe in a cosmic being, but
True.
I don't necessarily believe in any type of religion or like a religious god in any kind, but it's more of like there must have been some kind of being. And I sort of just wanted to ask where you saw previous to the existence of the universe, and how or what predated that in any way?
I don't think there was a beginning of the universe. I think that the universe has always existed. I think there's a lot of really good, sound cosmological models that match our cosmological data that would suggest that. And I don't know any information that would warrant a belief that the universe once did not exist.
So when you say the universe, you mean just simply our universe and not a belief in a multiverse of any kind?
Well, when I say universe, I'm using universe to mean everything that exists.
In total, okay, so everything, no matter what. So the laws of what happens in Earth and what we observe would exist across the entire universe.
Well, I don't know if our physical laws, like the laws, say like how gravity behaves in our corner of the universe, I don't know if it behaves identically, say, I don't know, 20 trillion light years away. I don't know that'd be the case, but it does seem like that would be the case given what we know.
So the probability of that existing across the rest of the universe would be the same as, say, the fact that gravity is just the perfect amount, and that if it was any more or any less, that we wouldn't exist in the way that we do. Do you think that the probability is not so absurd that there wouldn't be a reasonable explanation for that?
I don't think the probability matters at all. Just because something could be another way doesn't mean that it's like designed. Like I'm sitting in a chair right now. My chair could be in a trillion different locations. It just happens to be here. That doesn't mean it's a miracle. It doesn't mean it's fine-tuned. It just means that it's here. Right? So something being one way when it could be another way is kind of a meaningless statistic. If the universe was different, it would just be different.
So I suppose I don't know like too much on whether or not or what the probability is that we exist, but if we were to like have an amount of dominoes and we pushed the first one, but we said that the first one didn't exist, then would that now no longer exist at all, and that none of them were pushed over?
It would be a category error because you're saying that there's a beginning to infinity and there's not.
So where does that? How did we end up then existing in the first place? If the universe always existed, was there not a beginning to anything at all?
Yeah, that's my point. I think the universe always existed. The same way Christians and other people believe that God always existed. I just cut out the God. The God's not actually necessary for anything.
Okay. Do you not simply agree with, I suppose changing it completely now, and I'm not going to go into too much of like the universe, but the laws of morality, where do you think that the laws of morality might stem from?
I don't think they exist. I think morality is subjective. I think human beings over the course of history have constructed morals, which is why they're different in every nation and they're different in every different time period because they're subjective. If they were objective, we'd actually be able to appeal to them. But where are they? Where can I find them? They don't exist.
Do you, I suppose more personally, would you have any laws of morality that you'd hold to yourself in any way? I don't want to bring up like one of the previous guys talked about incest, but in general in your life in particular.
I do. Yeah. I've got like I would say some morals that I take very seriously and some that I'm flexible on, but like my main moral stance is mostly utilitarian, which is do the least amount of harm. And I think the reason why utilitarian ethics makes sense is because it's rooted in the idea that I think ethical systems developed because human beings recognize that we didn't want to be harmed. And so we should create rules in our social group to suggest that, hey, we don't harm each other. I don't want to be harmed. Therefore, we're going to create a rule that nobody can harm each other, because if we can harm each other, that means I'll get harmed one day, right? So I think utilitarian ethics is something that just develops naturally out of human survival.
So okay, that makes sense, to be honest. That makes sense, but in your life anyway, and the fact that it would have evolved in the terms of life. But if our Earth we'll just stick to the one universe that fully existed. Do you believe that that the probability that we existed happened due to infinite probability?
I don't know what that means. What I do know is that if the
In terms
probability,
of in terms of like Earth's creation in general, like our conscience and our intelligence.
oh, you mean like the probability that we would arise? I'm sure it's astronomically
Yeah.
high. I just don't know if it's relevant. Probabilities are only relevant if you have a goal in mind, right? The probability of winning the lottery, very fucking high. But your goal is to win the lottery. If you're not playing the lottery, the fact that that number is unprobable, like that you're going to guess it, is meaningless. It means nothing, right? Just like if I was going to throw a deck of cards down, the order in which those cards fall down is like one of the most astronomically improbable things in the world. It's like trying to find a needle in outer space, but it's meaningless. They just happen to fall in that order. It would be meaningful if I guessed it beforehand. If I said, actually, I'm going to tell you the order of every one of these cards before they land. And if I guess that against those astronomical odds, that's where it gets interesting. That's where like, what the fuck is happening over here? But if I just throw them down and just land in whatever order they land in, the probability that they were going to land in that order is kind of a meaningless probability.
Yeah, okay. I understand that. If we had, I know you understand. I know you believe that the universe was always around and there wasn't a creation to it. But if I wouldn't say that we don't have any physical proof that would have existed in the same way that we don't exactly have any physical proof of a creator. But if we had infinite possibilities, surely that would only work if we had infinite chances. So if we were to say that there was a creation of the universe, to get one single roll of the dice in this case, and we just somehow hit a 1 in a trillion chance on the first roll, would it not be illogical to say that it was just bound to happen?
Well, it is bound to happen. If the universe exists forever and the probability for life arising is anything but zero, then it just means that it has to happen eventually.
But if the universe didn't exist infinitely and that there was actually a creation to it.
Right. But if something created it, then we would assume that there was a force or a god that created it. Now, if there is a first moment of the universe, which obviously, we can't establish, I still don't have a reason to think that a god did it.
So why is that exactly? I'm not saying that there's necessarily a god, but in terms of like the probability, something must have been there, because just to be able to fine tune the creation of the universe, there must have been something that allows that to happen in some way.
No, again, the fine tuning doesn't exist, and fine tuning only exists if you already prove there is a god. Right? If there's no God, then none of the constants of our universe matter. They just happen to be that way.
So you're believing that the universe is always existed, but I'm saying that if it didn't, that there must have been some kind of creation. And I don't mean that it was instantly created, but like, I suppose, I know it's not the same level, but if you were to create something like a video game, the creator would be on the outside of that game and they wouldn't be necessarily within it. Now, we don't know, because we can't physically prove it, whether or not there is a completely different universe in which this one was created. Like we couldn't possibly know that. And if there was something outside of that was able to determine what happens in our universe and that caused just simply the possibility of our existence, would that not be reasonable?
I don't think it's reasonable till we have evidence of it. That's why I believe what I believe, is because there's no evidence. And I think it's actually illogical to believe that there's a God.
So in the same sense, then, why would you also believe that the universe always existed if you can't prove that it didn't?
Because that's what the evidence says. It's
the
not
ev-
about being able to prove
ed-
anything beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like, we can't prove that we're not in like some fucking simulation or that we're not brains in a vat, right? We can't prove those things beyond a shadow of a doubt. But we can say, hey, what's the evidence and where does the evidence lead? And as far as I can tell, the only evidence we have about the timeless or timed nature of the universe points towards a timeless universe.
Okay, I suppose I understand that point of view. I can't really go much further on that. I don't know too much about it. Your knowledge is obviously a lot more than mine, but that's just sort of my stance on it, is the fact that because we can't necessarily, there might be evidence to suggest, like some people suggest that it was always around, but on the same front, that it never had fully existed in the first place, and that our particular universe had a creation at some point. But I suppose until that was necessarily proved, I couldn't really believe either or. I'm just sort of throwing it out there for the purposes of the argument.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if the universe had a point of creation, I think we would follow Occam's razor and posit a naturalistic force that has the ability to create universes and nothing more. Once you add a god
Okay.
into the mix, then you've got to explain its mind, will, emotions, why it created this earth, why it wants to harm the inhabitants of the earth. It creates so many problematic questions that it's actually just easier to appeal to a naturalistic force. It answers the question, it solves the problem without multiplying new problems.
Just sort of my last point. I don't really have too much else to add. But the fact that, again, I'm not some sort of physicist in any way, but if we were, there's the theory that everything is made up of waves, that I could say. And in the case of a sentient being that's not the same level of what we would suggest as consciousness, would it not be possible to label something as a god that's not the same as us, just simply with some sort of magical power that creates things, but instead more of on a wavelength way?
Yeah, I would call that a force, right? To me, a god is something that's sentient, that thinks, has a mind, will, and emotions. If we're going to say that the creative force is something akin to like a quantum state or a field, it seems like now we're just talking about something that's natural rather than a god, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand that. Yeah,
But to be
that's
sure, quantum states are responsible for giving us the fundamental particles that make up matter in our universe. Like electrons come out of the disturbances of the electron field.
That's sort of all I really wanted to go over. I think I'm still undecided of where I wanted to be, but I suppose just as a final thing, how would you, if you wanted to just simply express your view to me, not to change my mind or anything, but to make me lean one way or the other, what would you say as the most fundamental thing that you believe, that the universe would have always existed and only acts under nature instead of something that would have been placed there?
So I think the reason why I would appeal to an eternal universe, other than things like the DESI data from the dark energy spectroscopy instrument that shows that the expansion acceleration rate of the universe is decreasing, I would also appeal to the fact that if energy is conserved in the universe, that means the amount of energy that's here, whether it's finite or infinite, has just always existed, right? If energy can't be created or destroyed, and we have energy, it seems like it always existed. The other thing that I would say is I don't think it's rational to think that something can exist outside of space and outside of time, because there's no place for it to exist and there's no time that it ever existed. And I think the act of creation itself requires time to already exist, because you need a sequence of events. And there's a one sequence where there's nothing, and then a second sequence where there's something, you need time for that to happen. Or else you can't say that there was a state where there was nothing. We would say there was a state where there was nothing and something in the same moment, but that still assumes time, and it would be a logical contradiction.
Yeah, and I suppose that would then be saying that absolute nothingness somehow existed, and that I think that last point actually is the best thing that I would truly believe actually. But
It's
yeah,
what
no, I
took
don't really have
me
much more to
to
add.
atheism, by the way. When I left Christianity, I went to like a generic God concept, thinking about the nature of the universe and the fact that we don't have souls. Our consciousness is just from our brain. Doesn't make sense that anything could be outside of space and time. These were really powerful arguments for me to say, actually, the God concept doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I believed it because I grew up with it, but it doesn't actually
Yeah.
make sense.
No, I am on that same level. I'm just sort of just trying to put something out there that's like there was some kind of creation. I'm still undecided whether or not I don't think that it was a sentient being, but yeah, again, we can't prove whether or not the universe had always been there or not. But I think that I would definitely be leaning closer towards what you're saying after that, to be honest.
Yeah. I
appreciate it. Thank you.
There's a lot to think about. Thanks for coming up. It's good to hear from you. And Thomas, thanks for being cordial. Sometimes we get asshats up here and sometimes we get nice people, but we appreciate the ones that are nice.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate it.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Wow, look at that. Despite the beginning of our stream, we've got a couple of people coming in here at the end that's being somewhat kind here. Everell, thank you for the super chat. Says the Bible is to religion what Burger King is to fast food. It's palatable until you know what's in it. Have it Yahweh. Fucking amazing. That was good. That was a good joke. That might be the best joke of the day. And from Tab, thank you for the super chat. Says, love your stream, but am wondering why Her Holiness Emma Stone isn't part of Doug's Holy Trinity. Well, you might be surprised to learn that there's a quadrinity. There's Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Pebbles. Now, you brought a very good point. Is that we also have Emma Stone. Now, here's what you need to know about Emma Stone. Emma is actually part of the divine family, just not part of the quadrinity. Emma is a spiritual daughter of Doug and Sharon. It's just spiritual though, right? So, but she deserves a place. Obviously, Emma Stone, fucking rock star, amazing. And Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Going to be pedantic with love. UK flag is England. Oh, interesting. English flag. I actually didn't know that. Scottish flag is blue and white. Cannot find another flag emoji for Northern Ireland. UK has meaning and flag not for England only. I apologize, Matthew. You have to understand, in America, we don't fucking learn geography because they believe here that the only country that exists is America, which is why we have a president that thinks it's fucking okay to withdraw all of our trade agreements with other countries. Nevertheless, to be fair, actually, we don't do a whole lot of geographical European studies, at least not where I went to school. But it's helpful to know the flags, and I appreciate that. And Miss Meg's good to see you. Medusa is headed your way. Thank you. I appreciate that, friend. Email if you need tracking. Use a mirror to open. No sense turning into Doug immediately. I'll try not to turn to stone. Thank you, Megs. I appreciate that. All right. I said TK was next. We're going to get TK from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, TK. Are you at least 18?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, yes, I am above 18.
Awesome. And which topic on the board did you want to address?
So I'll choose two. I'll start with the pro-abortion piece, and then God does not, God does not, that God does not exist. I think that's
Okay.
topic one. All right.
Right,
So for the
go ahead.
yeah, I think for the pro-abortion piece, I think you have to look at. I like to push the argument to the extremes. and looking at the means through which the abortions are done, especially at lead time. There is a very graphic YouTube video that just goes into the details of how that happens and how they have to tear the child limb from limb to make sure everything is out of the mother's womb. And they have to count all the pieces, all the little fingers and the toes, and just to make sure that nothing is left within the mother that would harm her if not seen. I think if you think of it from that point of view, uh, just before you even go into the religious arguments about how we should be treating about people who want to get abortions and all that, I think it's very inhumane. I think it's insensitive to to argue for it without limits. I I can understand why some people would want it in certain conditions, but I think it's there has to be a limit. There has to be a point where even without bringing God into the argument, we need to look back as a society and say this is a bit too much. I think we need to put a pin in it.
So my argument is not that abortion is good or that like all people should be pro-abortion. My argument is that Christians specifically should be pro-abortion because the God of the Bible seems to suggest that that is the case. And it also seems like the best outcome for humanity, given the fact that if the Christian God existed, is that we would want to send all of those babies directly to heaven. So if the greatest good we can do is make sure no child ends up in hell, which seems to be the greatest good we can do, the easiest way to do that is literally just to abort them, unless you think aborted babies go to hell.
No, I definitely don't think they go to hell. My point of view is that at the before humans get a certain level of consciousness, I think even up to 10, not 10, 10 is a bit older, but let's say 5, 4, 3, I think they're not conscious enough to make decisions. They may have proclivities around the things they do and do not do. They may be a bit big-headed, but I think at to that level they are not conscious enough to receive judgment for any actions. So even the so that means I would then push back on your point on abortion to just send them straight to the lobby. I think it would be wrong because they are inherently it's life. And I think
It's
for
wrong
me yes, it would be wrong because it's life.
because it's
These are human
wrong.
beings.
It's wrong to take another life because life is inherently valuable.
Yes, but I think now this links to my point number one.
Well,
I have
would
a
you would you mind if I address that particular point?
yes, go ahead.
I don't think that in Christianity life is inherently valuable. That means God wouldn't be murdering babies over and over again. If babies had inherent value, then God would be respecting the inherent value of babies, but he doesn't.
No, I think when I read the Bible, I don't know about you, but my point of view is every action in the Bible or every story is not a complete picture of what was happening entirely. So if you read a story, it will be a snippet. It's my view. I don't know what other Christians believe, that the Bible is inspired, but it's not dictated. It's not then this happened, then this happened,
But is it
then this
true?
happened. So I think most of them are true. I think some of them are stories to or fragments of stories to tell people what to do and what not to do. And and I think it has to be examined not just from one point of view, but from the complete picture. Um, and you look for trend lines in how God dictates things should happen within a community or as people interact, rather than just picking up one chapter or one verse and saying, this is it, so this is the gold standard, so this is what God must do for everybody.
But I have no idea what you're trying to say. What I'm
So let's
saying
say,
is pretty simple. If it's
mm,
true that the life of a baby is inherently valuable, and that's why
mhm,
it's wrong to kill the baby, that means God is doing
mhm.
something wrong when he kills babies. It would be wrong for God to kill the baby because life is inherently valuable, especially for innocent children. So either it's always wrong to kill a baby or it's not always wrong.
I agree it's always wrong, but I think if you're reading especially the scriptures in the Old Testament, it sounds like you have a particular scripture. I don't know if you mind sharing
There's a
that points to God killing babies.
there's a bunch of them. He kills a firstborn in Egypt. Some of them would have been
Mhm.
children. He demands the killing of the Canaanite children in Deuteronomy chapter 20. He commands the killing of the Amalekite children in 1 Samuel 15. He wants the killing of also children in Numbers 31. And it goes on and on and on. He says in Leviticus 26, it says, I will bereave you of your children by sending wild animals to kill them.
Okay, I see that point of view. My pushback would be, if God takes a life, he's not killing, he's taking it back to himself. Um,
Oh,
it's
so that's what
yeah,
I'm
because
doing. But if we have an
no, well,
abortion, we're not killing the child. We're just sending it back to God where they're supposed to be.
I think unless you have clear instruction, thunder and lightning appeared in your room and instructed you to do something like that, I think it would be murder. I think God doesn't live within the constraints of some of the commandments he says. I think there is, like I say, going back to my chat about the complete picture, I think the Bible doesn't give us a complete picture of, for example, if you go to the Exodus story when the firstborns are killed, it shows us parts of where of what God was talking about, but it doesn't. We can't say that's all that happened. Um, it's a stretch, but I think
Buddy, I'm
look.
losing you. I'm losing you. I have no idea where you're going with this. If you can keep it concise, that would be helpful.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is, just because we see a portion of scripture saying God commanded so and so to do so and so, doesn't mean that's all that happened within the story.
I
I
didn't say
think,
that it was all that happened.
no, that's what I'm saying. That's my point of view. So when we see those scriptures, we don't say that God is okay with us killing.
Then why does he tell you
It's
to do
that
it?
we don't know. I will be honest with you. I'll be intellectually coherent and say
We,
we don't understand the full picture. We can read it, but we also have to go with additional scripture to see what is the trend line when it comes to treating people in a certain way.
well, according to Yahweh, if your lineage is cursed, you can just wipe them all out.
Again, we see that, but we also see that when those stories come up, people still come up within those lineages. So
So what?
there is I've had stories, or I've seen people debate saying that some of those instances are what's the word, extreme language, or an interpretation of what,
You'd think it's hyperbolic, but
yes,
um,
hyperbolic.
that only matters if you're talking about genocide. Like if you're making the argument that God commanded genocide, you could say that, I don't know, the story is hyperbolic. He didn't really mean genocide, but that's not my claim. My claim is that God literally commanded the killing of children, which was common in this time period. There's lots of texts from the ancient world, like Ashurbanipal and other Neo-Assyrian kings who wrote pretty lengthy treatises on what they did when they went to war, including killing all the babies.
So that's when they went to war. I think it will fit into my other point when it comes to the existence of God. I am of African descent, and part of African culture, I don't know if you've been around Africans or you've heard about it, but there is a lot of spirituality. There's a lot of um, tradition. They're not really traditions. They are experiences that people have that are tangible and that cannot be explained. And I think some of those experiences were happening in the Bible. So when you read about the Canaanites and how they sacrificed their gods to, or their children to Baal, and they were judged by God because of that. There is a bit of that that happens in the background, especially in the Bible stories, that I think is not articulated well. But again, that's just my opinion. And I think because we don't have that complete picture of all sides of a story, the way you would see Star Wars from beginning to the end and see the full picture of what everybody was doing. All you have is a story written from one person's dimension based on what they were hearing, what they've been inspired to do or to say. You then can't conclude that that's a complete story of what's happening.
But
It's just that when
my
we're reading the
my claim does not at all rest on the idea that the biblical story is exhaustive or that it's not in it is or isn't in context. None of that matters. What matters is
I think
whether or not it's always wrong to execute a child. If it's always wrong to execute a child, that just means it's wrong when God does it.
I would agree with you, but then when you say when God does it, you've you've come to the assumption that you have a complete picture of what was happening based on a
No,
portion of story that you've read.
no, nope. I don't need to know every event that happened during the Exodus to know that God killed all of the firstborn. He said he did.
Well, I hear your point. I don't have an answer. But moving away from that, would you still stand by your position that Christians should be pro-abortion?
Yeah, that's my point, right? So if sending the children to heaven when you abort them is the greatest good, then you should be doing it. And I realize you're going to say, well, you know, the person who does it would be wrong, but Jesus will forgive all of your sins. You could ask for forgiveness at some point in your life afterwards if you felt guilty about it. Also, John 15, Jesus says, "This is my commandment, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, to lay down one's own life for one's friends." And if you're willing to lay down your immortal life to make sure as many babies go to heaven as possible, you're doing Jesus's command.
No, I think that's a stretch of what the moral of the stories would be. Um, I think I understand where you're coming from. I just disagree. I don't think it should be, oh, now let's do it because God has said let's do it. I think that would just be wrong.
But it doesn't matter. Jesus will forgive you. So you can do the greatest amount of good and still go to heaven. So it's fine.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think for me, like I said, with my African background, I've come across things. Do you know do you
Well,
understand the concept
well,
of
do
iniquity?
me, I do. Do me a favor. Can you address the
Mhm.
thing that I just said? Is it good?
Uh,
Is it
mhm.
good, like the greatest good, to maximize the number of people that go to heaven?
No, that's.
Well, what's the greatest good?
I think the greatest good would be to allow people to come to know God for themselves
They will in
and
heaven.
choose Him.
No, they'll be in heaven with him.
Yeah, but they have a lot of those kids you would be sending to heaven. whether you like it or not, would have a purpose on earth.
So
They've
what?
been sent to us to accomplish something.
But it doesn't matter. God could accomplish whatever he wants to without that child. He's all powerful.
That's not entirely true. Yes, he's all powerful, but the time and the mandate that humans have on earth has still been we've still been given that mandate until the end of time to perform
Oh,
certain things on earth.
okay. Well, if God's in control of that, if he's sovereign, then every baby that gets aborted was part of God's plan. Go right to heaven.
That's not true. I think a lot of evil, especially with that, when it comes to how we live on earth, is human induced.
What do you mean
It's
by evil?
humans who murders, wars.
Why are these things evil? God
Theft.
does them.
What is murder?
It's an unlawful killing.
I see where you're coming from. I just disagree. I don't think
That's the
it's
definition.
so you're saying
if you can kill somebody and you can murder somebody. A murder is a wrongful
Yes.
death.
Yes. So if God judges us a community for something and takes their lives, is that a murder, or is it judgment?
It's a murder because babies are innocent.
I think we'll have to just disagree.
Babies aren't innocent.
Like I said, no. Like I said, I don't think we have the complete picture.
Well,
if I go to
is
the
it
Exodus
always
example,
is it always murder to kill an innocent person?
it is for humans.
So God has different morals. So God plays by a different set of morals, meaning your morals are subjective and relative.
I think God sets his rules out for humans because we are, I would say, maybe lesser beings, and we do not have the full picture to call judgments in all cases. So I think it's my opinion that there'll be lines drawn so that people do not cross them for their own preservation. But God can, for example, you see the story of Ananias in Acts where he's among the apostles and I think they
Ananias and
sold some land
Sapphira
and
get murdered,
and then
theoretically by Peter for not giving all their money.
Well, it's not Peter who kills them, but it is very clear that God did something. God intervened in that situation. It was a very swift and severe judgment. So I see how that is difficult. I don't
So
think we have
if
all the
God commanded the killing of a baby, it would be just.
I would think so.
In all cases.
Not, I would think so. If it's God's command, I would think so.
Okay. If God commanded you to kill a baby, would it be just?
I don't think he would, but
if he did,
if it is a command, and if it is a command, and he has given me the full picture, I think it would. But again, going back to the
okay. Well, you don't need the full
trend line
picture.
of this.
You need obedience, right? God's ways are higher. You're not in a position to judge God's commands. So if God told you to execute a baby, that would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it?
If it's a command, it would be, but I don't think it's likely to happen. It's so out of
I'm not asking you
character
if you're going to do
with-
it. I'm asking, would it be the right thing to do?
I don't know. If I don't have the full knowledge, I would say I don't know.
So sometimes it's okay to disobey God?
No, sometimes it's okay to question things you don't understand. If it's a command you don't understand from God, I think it's perfectly logical to contend with him and ask why.
Yeah, okay. Well, He doesn't have to tell you why. God's ways are higher. So if he tells you to do it, is it wrong to disobey?
If I am sure it is him, I think it is wrong to do it.
There you go.
But
And it would be
but I
wrong.
don't.
It would be wrong to disobey any of God's commands, correct?
Yes.
Sure. So if God said, actually, these damn Hindus over here, over in your town, I don't like them. They're pagans. They're worshiping other gods. I need you to go over to their grade school and burn down the grade school with the kids inside so that the next generation of Hindus don't exist. That would be the right thing to do, is to burn down the grade school.
I think your hypothetical is a bit extreme.
Nope. God
Because
commands the killing of
not,
children in mass.
that is Old Testament.
So does
Like
God's
I
nature
said,
change?
It's not the nature, but I would say the mission or
So?
the. Come again?
Does his nature change?
Not the nature, but the mission. And
Well, he can
also
change his
think
mission
his
at any
heart
time he
and
wants to,
mind.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll walk through simple syllogism. We've used this quite a bit here. Premise number 1, it is in God's nature to command a killing of babies. Yes or no?
No.
So God's nature changes because he did command the killing of babies previously.
It's not the nature that changes. It's the mission, the
I'm not
purpose.
asking about the mission. I'm asking about God's nature.
No, but I'm saying the nature doesn't change.
But okay, so that means that it is in God's nature to command the killing of babies.
No, it's not. I would say it is in
Then
God's
how did he
nature
do it?
to. It was a judgment. A lot of those cases were judgments against communities. A lot of those
Well,
happened because
that's the reason why. I'm not asking about why. I'm asking about his ability based on his nature. So based on God's nature, yes, it is within his nature to command the killing of babies because he does it. Do we agree?
I disagree. I think you're mischaracterizing. Like I said, you're picking out a particular story and you're applying it to the full character of
Jeez, oh
God
Pete.
without.
This is a crazy amount of cognitive dissonance. I'll make it easier. Premise number 1, God at least once commanded the killing of babies. Yes or no?
Yes.
Gotcha. There we go. So what that means is premise 2 is true. It is in God's nature, meaning he can do it. He's able to do it. It's within God's nature to command the killing of babies. That would have to be a yes, isn't it?
Okay, yes. Let's say yes.
Obviously. Premise number 3, God's nature doesn't change. Surely you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. So the conclusion of the argument then is that it is always in God's nature to command the killing of babies. So we can't say that he wouldn't do it or that he couldn't do it. He could do anything he wants to. It's within his nature to make this commandment. If it was within his nature to command you to kill one child, it's within his nature to command you to kill a whole bunch of them.
Yes.
Okay. So then if God told you to burn down the local school with the children inside because they're evil and wicked, that would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it?
No.
So you said disobedience to God's commands would all be wrong.
Yes, but I think but now this is your command.
No, it's not.
If
It's
you
God's
look
command.
at it, look, in this hypothetical example, you've pushed to the
And
extremes.
no, I
I
didn't.
don't think you can argue. I don't think you can argue from the New Testament point of view
I can.
that God. That could you show me?
Yeah, Matthew chapter 7, or sorry, Matthew chapter 15 and Mark chapter 7, Jesus advocates for the stoning of children that curse their mother and father, just like the law of Moses says in Exodus 21.
Isn't could you read? Do you mind going to the passage? You say Matthew 7.
It's going to be Matthew 15, and it's also in Mark chapter 7. So it depends on which one you want to pull up. I'll pull up Matthew 15 and show it to you, and you'll learn that according to Jesus, God's commands, God's laws are eternal, and you should always follow them. You should never disobey God, in fact. And that's what God said. God said never to disobey him as well, which is why I know that it would be wrong to disobey God in every instance. Then the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat." He answered them, "Why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition?" So just to make sure you're clear on this, they're asking him, "Hey, why don't you guys follow our oral tradition?" And he's like, "Hey, how come you don't follow God's laws?" Then he answered them. He says, "Why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your own tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die.' But you say that whoever tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor their father or mother. So, for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites." So Jesus says, hey, you're creating new laws that are nullifying the actual laws that God gave, and you shouldn't do that. That's bad. Tisk, tisk. And here's an example of one of them. So Jesus thinks that Exodus 21, the execution of the children that cursed their mother and father, should be obeyed.
Sorry, could you go to Exodus 21 as well?
Yeah. Should be like, what, verse 17, 18, 19, somewhere in there? Let me double check. 17, whoever curses father or mother shall be put to death.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
So even in the New Testament period, if you're supposed to follow the law of Moses, and the law of Moses includes the execution of children on many occasions, then you can't say that God wouldn't tell you to do that. God, again, there's nothing prohibiting God from telling you to do anything or from changing his mission.
Okay, but wouldn't that, if God was to stand conclusively by the law of Moses, why then would he send his son to die? It
That has
because
nothing
my
to do with the law of
understanding
Moses.
is
Jesus said to follow
it
the
does.
laws.
It's a no, it does. It has everything to do with the law of Moses.
Nah, not according to Jesus. Paul said that. Peter said that. Jesus didn't say that shit. The book of Acts and the writings of Paul say that you shouldn't follow the law. In fact, the disciples didn't even agree on that. Peter had basically a fight with Paul about that. He didn't think that you should stop doing the circumcision and the rest of the law, because this is what Jesus taught. Jesus says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I've come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus quite literally said that if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you gotta follow the laws of Moses.
But he does also say there that he's not come to abolish, but to fulfill. I think
That doesn't mean they go
my
away.
interpretation of the fulfill part is he pays the price
No,
so that
he didn't say that. He said that whoever breaks them and teaches others to break them would be called least in the kingdom. Whether or not he paid the price, the penalty is
Mm,
irrelevant. If he paid the penalty, then
mm.
he wouldn't be chastising the Pharisees for not killing their firstborn according to Exodus 21.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Still disagree, but I see where you're coming from with that.
I don't know on what grounds you're
Um,
disagreeing. Jesus just clearly states that you need to follow the law. Like,
but
does
then
he ever say not to?
you see when he gives the two commandments, the two greatest commandments, to
Yeah,
love your God and then to love your neighbor.
Matthew 22. I'm familiar.
Yeah, I think if you look at the character, because again, that's why I was saying sometimes
Does does he
when I
say
read,
not to
it's my
follow the
personal.
law? In Matthew 22, does he say not to follow the law?
No, but my understanding of it is if you
Then
were
how
to
is it
kill a
relevant?
child, then you I'm coming to the point. My point is if you were to kill a child in quote unquote as a person who thinks you're going to execute the full law, then you would not be loving your neighbor.
But do you know where that command comes from?
To love your neighbor
Yeah,
or to kill?
to love your neighbor.
Do you mind shedding more light? It seems like you have more
It's
information than I
from
do.
the Hebrew Bible. It's from Leviticus 19:18 to be exact. That's why it starts out when the Pharisees heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered together. One of them, an expert in the law, Moses's law, asked him a question to test him. Which commandment in the law is the greatest? So he says, which one of Moses's commands are the greatest? And he points out
Mm.
Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18, which means that loving your neighbor is obviously compatible with executing your children when God tells you to. Or else God would be
I
contradicting
disagree.
himself in the law of Moses.
I disagree with that.
So you're saying it's unloving to kill your
Yes.
child because of Leviticus,
Or if,
and then God
yeah.
says to do it. So God is commanding you to do the wrong thing?
No, I think again, this is my personal interpretation. My point of view is, like I said, you do not go with just one portion of the scripture. You have to look at all of
I
them and
I,
then
I am.
combine them to get a trend line.
I am drawing out the problem with what you're saying, right? What you're saying
Yeah.
is that God himself did a contradiction. You're saying God said that you need to kill certain people, including children, and then also said to love your neighbor as yourself. Now you're saying that those things aren't compatible, right? You can't kill children and love your neighbor, which would mean when God told you to execute the children, he told you to do something that is wrong. That's what you're saying. So you've created a contradiction from God's own mouth because you're interpreting these passages wrong.
Okay. See what you're saying. I can't say I have all the answers. I'll probably take a look at that again. Um,
So the point is very simple, right? There's no
mm,
reason, there's not one reason to believe that God wouldn't or couldn't command you to do something that he commanded others to do in the past. Not a single reason why he wouldn't do it. So we'll try this again. If God told you to burn down the school, would it be wrong to disobey?
yes, it would be wrong to disobey, but
That's what we
I also.
needed. I've got one more question. And
Mhm,
I promise we can save a lot of time if you just answer honestly. We already know the answer. If God says,
mhm.
prior to burning down the school, I want you to take the children out, grind them up into paste, and then pave the parking lot of the school in baby paste because the pavement is starting to get cracked up a little bit, and then burn down the school. It would be wrong to disobey, right?
Yeah, it would be wrong to disobey.
Got it. Okay. That was much quicker. Appreciate that. Now listen, it is now I'm our 30 minutes past the time I was supposed to stop doing these debates and read super chats. So now I actually do have to end the stream. and read super chats. I apologize. I'd love to chat longer, but I'll be live again on Wednesday. Come on by on Wednesday, and we can talk about the second topic that you wanted to talk about. How's that sound?
Oh, okay, no worries. Thanks for your time. Sorry for running over.
That's okay. It happens. We were having a good conversation.
All right, all right.
Cheers.
But these are very good questions. I think
Mhm.
as a Christian now, I definitely need to look more at them. They are difficult questions. I don't think anybody could fully answer them, but they're definitely important to ask.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. All right.
All right.
Take
all
care.
right, take
Have a
care.
good one. I'm
Bye-bye.
sure I'll see you soon. Well, we got him. He did give us the right answer at the end. He gave us the right answer. Before I read super chats, I see Mac was in the box. How you doing, Mac?
What's going on, man?
Not too much. Just getting ready to read super chats and sit down to stream, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, I see that. I just I just want to come up and share. I found a great recipe for baby ceviche,
Oh,
and just I'll DM it to you. It's amazing.
yeah. Let me see. Yeah. I appreciate that.
You just
We
gotta, this
we,
lime juice cures them. It's amazing.
mm. We haven't done any baby souffle yet. Baby pay souffle for breakfast.
Oh, I bet you. Yeah. Oof, I mean, the amount of like whipping and just
Yeah.
beating you'd have to do.
Baby cream, really.
Yeah,
We really do need a baby paste cookbook, don't we?
It would almost have to be like a foam, right?
Yeah. You gotta whip it.
Whip it good.
Yeah. Hey, Mac. It's good to see you,
What's
buddy.
up?
Stop by on Wednesday or Friday sometime and hang out with me.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be a
Yeah.
little more punctual.
That's right. Hey,
Then.
also, friends, if you're on TikTok and you don't follow Mac Luster yet, you need to. He's a big friend of mine. He's been in this deconstruction debate community for a long time. He's got a lot of good things to say, and he helps out on a lot of different streams.
Yes, I get around.
I could say some things.
All right. All right, man. I'll let you get to it.
All right, cheers, buddy. Good
talking
to
to
see
you.
you.
All right, take care.
W Mac. Big W to Mac. I like Mac. Man, he's been helping out for a long time. X Million, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. You finally catching a summer schedule live. Well, I'm sorry it's the end of it. And have enough moolah to tithe a modest amount to express my gratitude for all of the great content to which I am constantly listening. If only God had such a handsome prophet. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, X Million. I appreciate that. And I really appreciate you supporting the stream because it's really a crowd-funded venture. Without the community, without the support from y'all, there really is no show happening. Y'all make the show happen. And Chodicus, good to see you. What would Justin do? What wouldn't Jesus do? True. And there's quite a few things Jesus would and wouldn't do. Maybe we should explore some of that. And Chodicus coming in again says, a Christian consistency, what a wonderful thing. True. Sometimes they are consistent. That is accurate. And the ones that are going to be honest will go to baby paste. Chodicus says, Jesus loves the little children for dessert. That's why he wanted you to bring all the kids to him. Suffer the children unto me. Because he had some baby paste to make. Yeah. And Taco Joe, great to see you, buddy. Says, Justin, the murder of Ananias and Sapphira is overlooked as an example of God's murderous nature continuing in the New Testament. True. I could have brought that up. That's after Jesus died. Fair. You know what, Taco Joe? I'm going to bring that up next time. Next time someone does, they try to run from baby paste. I think that's a good point. And also, thank you, Rod, for the super chat. Says, placing my life and fate on a book I can't fully understand. I say, fuck no. Also, Justin, my dude, you missed 2 super chats from yours truly on your previous DZ stream. But I'm so gay for you that I don't care. Love you. Rod, I am sorry if I did. Now, Rod, I don't know how long you've been around, but I don't read them in order. I apologize for this. it's possible that I didn't get to your super chat until the end of the stream. I'll show you what I do though. I have a piece of software called Social Stream Ninja, and it collects every single super chat on both of my YouTube streams, and it throws it into a list. And then I go through the list one by one, and I read the super chats, sometimes between calls, sometimes after the calls. I read all of them. The ones that are the most relevant get read first, and the ones that, to be honest, where somebody put more money on it, get read first. Because wouldn't you be mad if you paid $20 for a super chat and then you had to wait 3 hours to hear it? So I have a system, I promise, and I do read all the super chats. Unless there's like a glitch in the software and it just doesn't display one, I will read every super chat that comes in. I really will. If there's one that gets missed, usually by accident, I'll pull it up and then I'll get distracted and then I'll move on without reading it. That does happen every once in a while, but I actually do love to. I read every single one because I appreciate the community. And Rod, if I actually missed your super chat, my deepest apologies. I would never do it on purpose. I do my best to read every single one of them, which is why I literally have a piece of software that aggregates them. Whew. Oh man, I used to use a different tool that didn't aggregate. I would go into the live streams and manually select the ones that I wanted to display. And I had the same problem. People would say that I missed their super chat when it's literally right in YouTube. I clicked on it, right? Anyways, if I miss one, I'm sorry. I try not to, though. And Germ Selena says, massive crash out, 2 minutes to preach and baby paste in short stream, spoiling us. I sent you a DM on Discord offering my services. If you wanted to make an app version of the cheat sheet, let me know. Actually, I have a lot of people offering to make an app version of the cheat sheet. If I make one, I'll probably do it myself, only because I need something that I personally can manage and update. I might do one that's published, like on Obsidian or Notion. Still working that out. Pace Love and Cake says, Charles Manson never actually unalived anyone. He ordered others to do it, and yet was still held responsible, and his ass is still sitting in prison. True. You don't have to directly be the murderer to get charged with crimes related to murder. You can be an accessory. You can be an accomplice, maybe. Trying to think what else. Ungoogleable man, good to see you. I'm pretty sure that the adorable Iridian Rocky from Project Hail Mary is clearly a prophet of Doug. Amaze, amaze, amaze. That obviously that's the case. And so is every planet in the universe that has a rocky crust, a surface, or core. Obviously, he's related to Doug. Doug is one of the most grounded objects in the universe. And Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for the $50 super chat. That is quite huge. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hope not too pedantic to establish facts, pro or con. And always appreciate your mostly LOL higher level dialogue, especially for the internet. Apologies for glazing, but it is genuine. Hope you and your son have an awesome summer. Well, thank you, Matthew. I do my best to make sure I'm bringing arguments that are unique, to make sure that I'm engaging with the arguments honestly. If my arguments fail, I'll stop using them or I'll make adjustments. I'm not gonna like double down on the argument. If it sucks, right? I don't want to use arguments that suck. But thank you for being here and supporting the stream, Matthew. Because of supporters like you, I actually have a stream. And Tab, thank you for the super chat. My friend says, love the Emma lore. Makes perfect sense. So how about a joke? You know I love jokes. Where do criminal rainbows go? Prism. Wonderful. That's a good one. It's a light sentence. Gives them time to reflect. It gets better. It just fucking... It's a quadruple joke. That might be number one for the day. That was pretty fantastic. And the Night You Say Knee says, are you familiar with the self-titled biblical scholar Captain Skeleton, man? He was on Unconvinced Crashing Out. Clearly a very scholarly name, Rocker for Doug, and choking on Ian's hog. Yes! In fact, Night You Say Knee, he was unapologetic yesterday. He was on my stream today. Maybe the second guest? Rewind today's stream. Check him out. It was a good crash out. And Dave says, non-US here, why is Christianity so big in MAGA? Rock hard for Doug. It's big because people who believe in conspiracy theories typically have a large crossover with people who believe in fairy tales. If you can convince somebody of fairy tales, if you can convince somebody of fairy tales, you can convince them of conspiracies. And Mega is built on conspiracy. Foreman Spike says God's invisible qualities have been clearly seen. Well, according to the book of Hebrews and the book of Colossians, they were seen in Jesus, but unfortunately they weren't seen because Jesus wasn't God. H.P. Lovecut says Doberman refused to defend God. True. He's a coward. He sounds like a lukewarm Christian, and Jesus hates lukewarm Christians. True. Revelation chapter 3. Jesus says, you are neither hot nor cold. You are lukewarm, and because you're lukewarm, I will spit you out of my mouth. I would prefer you to be hot or cold. And Chris says, Captain Bigot again, hateful, ableist Christian. True. A lot of them are, though, hateful and ableist. Gameguy says, nobody go to Skeleton page today. He's just trying to game the algorithm and generate more traffic to his page. Well, that might be true. But I will say, it is rather fun to, like, after this stream, to watch him go and crash out for 3 hours on his stream. It brings me great joy. Fair enough. You go make fun of him on his own page. Gentleman Viking says, claiming to be a linguist, then dismissing an argument because it's semantics is crazy work. True. Yeah, because he's not an actual linguist. He doesn't know anything about language. And Where is Waldo says, Captain Dipshit is such a fragile narcissist that he just keeps saying he's right as he's proven wrong and tells himself he saved face. Yeah, he does. This is either the most insincere, lyingest individual on the planet, or he's deeply disturbed. I can't tell which one. And Matthew says, I need popcorn. True. Get some popcorn, buddy. Have a good time with us. Game Guy, thank you for the super chat, says, if we were in college, Skeleton would have flunked out. That's true, actually. If we're in college, he wouldn't have survived. Because he already knows everything. Kurt says CPT Skeleton may genuinely have some issues. So that's actually kind of where I'm landing. He might have some real problems other than just being a prick. And ZK616 says Captain Skeleton Man is so stupid he flunked his school application form, never got past the front gate. That's awesome to fail the application, actually. That's a good joke. And Brizinger says, Captain Skeleton Man is clearly, you know what, probably shouldn't do it again. True. I think this might be the case, and I don't think we need to bring Captain Skeleton back. I think he needs professional help. He needs to talk to Dr. Joe. Gemini Rising, long time no see. I hope that you're doing well, my friend. Says, if Justin were a grammatical aspect, it would be perfect. My linguistics degree qualifies me to deem it so. Well, fucking A, Gemini. That was good. That was a joke and a compliment in one. I appreciate that, Gemini. Hope you're doing well. Good to hear from you. And Yoda, thank you for the super chat, says, fuck, I was 11 minutes behind and I skipped the live hoping this dude was gone. Doug, damn it, drop the ban hammer. Sorry. I won't take him back, though. Is that, unless I have, like, literally nobody in queue. Because, you know, it is entertaining. Rachel says, I love the way Christians think Delulu counts as credentials. True, actually. Yeah. I mean, but they are already delusional, which is why they don't see the problem with other delusions. Carl Grimes says he works random jobs, mostly concrete laying. I believe that to be the case. I looked at his page on his videos. He doesn't seem to have real work. He seems to be maybe doing some light construction, but he sure as fuck isn't working for NASA. That's the case. Sydney says Captain Crashout made unapologetic hundreds yesterday. True. I think we had like $200 come in during the Captain Idiot conversation yesterday. So I mean, people watch it, people like it. It just is one of those things. Furtive Patak says, why does he pronounce Elohim as Elohim? Yeah, because Elohim is what you meant to say. Sorry. Because he's not bright. He doesn't know the language. He doesn't even know the alphabet. Like I guarantee if I asked him to name 10 letters in the Hebrew alphabet, he couldn't do it. Not even 5 letters, I bet. Boogit says, not my joke. Captain Skeleton must be a Crystal Methodist. Oh, that could be part of the problem, actually. Marduk, good to see you. Which Dr. Pepper was it you like? I got the strawberries and cream today. I was like, this is the one Justin drinks? True. It is the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper Zero. And it's amazing. It's life-changing, in fact. It's so good, I actually had to stop drinking it because I was going through like a case a week. And now I'm trying to drink more water. So it's unbelievable, though. I did, by the way, Dr. Pepper has a Tic Tac out now. So I got Dr. Pepper Tic Tacs. And C Cause says we shouldn't pick on Captain Skeleton. It's messed up. Not method up. It's messed up. I knew what you meant, though. It's a funny joke. It's a good joke. Good joke. And Lee, thank you for the super test. Says Captain Skeleton Man crashed out on John Cohen's show the other day. It's a fetish with these guys. Yes, I watched that too. It's a fun clip, actually. I also crashed out on Joel's live stream. And F Call says, dude, Captain Skeleton is messed up. There you go, with the correction. Thank you. And Peace Loving Cake says, Justin, ask him if he's learned any new Slavic languages. Oh yeah, go watch Unapologetic from Sunday. He didn't know the difference between syllabic languages and the Slavic language because he's not a fucking linguist. Shirley Temple says, this is for Captain. Get help, seriously. I don't know if he's still watching, but he's going to need some help. And also, Ferdinand Perfect says, I've never heard someone as cowardly as Skeleton. True. It was, he was afraid to address the thing that he wanted to talk about, which seems like super cowardly, right? Anyways, Daniel De La Noche says, example for Skellboy, Jiu-Jitsu is a transliteration of a Japanese term. True. The term translation is gentle technique. Yeah. I thought I clearly explained the difference between translation and transliteration, but it was just over his head. Matthew says, cheat sheet, what is it and where can it be found? Well, if you subscribe as a Kraken Crew Elite member on either channel, you'll get a link in the perks section of YouTube that gets you a link to the cheat sheet. It's a living document that is updated regularly that's got all kinds of data for debating and deconstruction. A lot of people here have access to it. I've got like over 2,500 people that have continued membership for the cheat sheet. And Gus says, we share this world with these people and vote. True. Unfortunately, this is a person who's going to vote. And it's shocking. Yoda St. Cloud says, good faith, how does something exist without it beginning? Are you asking me? Well, I mean, eternally. Right? It just existed eternally. That's what I would say. Or Gone Out There says, listen, Justin, God exists because the universe and stuff, I think. That is a good argument. The universe and stuff it's a pretty solid argument. It's almost as good as look at the trees. And RN Jesus says, I know pie, blueberry, apple, and cherry. Yeah. And strawberry rhubarb, pumpkin, Dutch apple is my favorite. Gone Out There says, okay, homosexuality is wrong because schmecks and stuff, I think. Man, I love this caller. Bulletproof points. True, I've never heard anyone give a good argument for why it's wrong. It always goes back to some bullshit religion or I don't like it, like it's icky. P. Pop Perry says, does God hate asexuals? Well, doesn't really say. He does not like men that dress effeminately. He says that. And Matthew Gerwing says, I'm so sick of hearing, what does the Bible say? Can we burn that effing book yet? Yes, we can. Take it out back, put some lighter fluid on that bitch, and light it up. Mindforge Manacle, good to see from you. Good to see from you. Good to hear from you. The God's spokesman caller seems nice. Well, yeah, comparatively for sure. I thought he did a great job actually. And Gordon loves science. Great to hear it. You should love science. Science is what propels humanity forward. The captain has 55 subscribers. Imagine that. I guarantee a bunch of them are haters, by the way. He does not have any good comments on his channel. Nobody's watching him for the content. Where's Waldo says, who did Adam and Eve's children mate with? Well, that's one of those plot holes in the book of Genesis. You have to imagine things to fill in those gaps. That's why it's called a plot hole. Reality is, the author's fucked up. Bacon and Bush says, uses the Bible as a reference. I don't use the Bible as a reference. True. They do that a lot. They want to appeal to the Bible until the Bible's inconvenient for them, and then the Bible's no longer the reference. That happens. We saw it, in fact, tonight. And Worship, good to see you, says, when guests talk about Kalam universe, go directly to flat Earth. Bible never says there are planets or universe. Join our deconstruction zone, y'all. True. Go to Reddit deconstruction zone and join our Reddit page. It's fantastic. But this is a good point. If we're saying that the Bible somehow is related to the Kalam cosmological argument, somehow you have to argue that the Bible supports something outside of our planet. And I don't think it does. And it says it's flat, too. Tales of Levant says, fun fact, according to a Phil Paper survey, I have the Phil Paper survey. It should be linked on the resources tab of the cheat sheet. Check it out. It's amazing. The majority of agnostic atheist philosophers that participate were moral realists. I saw that. Also, the majority of philosophers that were there were nominalists. How do you do that? How are they moral realists and nominalists? But it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But it's a cool survey. Check it out, friends. Misha says, we must never take Doug for granted. Never. He's not granite, he's sandstone. And Carol Leah says, if he does not believe in the Bible, where does his morals come from regarding homosexuality? Thank you for these lives, by the way. Silent listener. Well, thank you for listening. And that's the case. He wanted to appeal to the Bible, even though it seemed like he didn't fully believe in the religion of the Bible. So why appeal to it? And Ferdi Patak says, Paul faking it isn't the idea, and Teliadot Yeshu. Okay, so Paul faking it isn't... Wait, Paul faking it. Isn't this the idea? Oh, I-N. In the lineage of Jesus. Teliadot refers to like the lineage in Hebrew, and Yeshu is a shortened name for Jesus. So Paul faking his conversion experience, isn't this the idea that's happening in the lineage of Jesus? I don't know. I think the goal of the lineage of Jesus is trying to attach him to David, because they know somehow the Messiah must come from David. That's my reading of it. I don't know how Paul ties in, but maybe I didn't understand your thought. Thank you, though, for the suggestion. It's actually interesting, and I'll have to think on that one. JC is dead. Amazing name. Justin, I love you, but you're way too nice to these homophobes. They do so much harm and do not deserve any level of respect. I say this as a gay man. Well, JC, I apologize. Here's why I don't lose my mind at people with horrific views when I can help it. And that is because, one, when you lose your composure, there are some people watching who is going to think that you're losing. They think losing your composure is a sign that you've lost a debate. So you have to contain yourself a little bit and have some composure. The other thing is that if you lose your mind on them, you don't get to the productive talking points that will convert the listeners in the audience. The goal of having these people up here is so that we can have a robust debate, and somebody in the audience will hear the debate and say, actually, that motherfucker with the moon pendant is right. That guy's right? But if I just crash out on every bigot that's up here, it will be difficult to get to the actual dialogue portion. So that's why I try not to just go ham on these people. Nevertheless, if they do say something that is like truly fucking horrific, I will call them out on it. So, but my line, my threshold might be different than somebody else's threshold. And JC is dead. It sounds like your threshold is lower, and that's okay. I'm not saying you're wrong to have a lower threshold. I'm just saying this is why I do what I do. If I should be doing something different, I'll consider it. Maybe I should be doing something different. It's hard to say. But thank you for letting me know. I do appreciate that. And yeah, maybe it's something to consider to be a little more harsh on them. Garbage Gaming, great to see you, buddy. Says God shouldn't need anything for life. We could have been entirely without physical laws. We could be actual animated cartoons. True. If God is all powerful, there's no parameters that he couldn't use to create life. We could just be made of completely electrons. We could be just made only of protons. Anything he wants to. Good Ferryman says he wasn't lying when he said he's not an arguer. That's true. That's true. Also, Haley Fry, thank you for the $50 over Cash App. I see the notification. I really appreciate that, friend. And Misha says, Sky, you're nice, but what the F are you talking about? Yeah, it was hard to follow. He was all over the place. Are you lost, sir? What point are you even making regarding this list out? Reading this list out. I don't think he knew. I think he had some thoughts and he didn't organize them. He just wanted to get all of his thoughts out. It was rough. Absurdus says, wake me up when Sky is done. I apologize. He was up for a little bit longer than probably should have. Pat says, I can't imagine Justin double. Anyway, well, yeah, my twin looks a lot like me. Justin, does your brother have the same level of interest in the Bible? If so, what's his stance? Does he love Jeebus? He kind of had a similar interest. He went to Liberty University to study as a youth minister and then did not go into ministry afterwards. And I asked him after that, sometime after that, 10 years probably later, why? And he said, I came to school thinking my questions would be answered, and I left school with more questions than answers. And so he said he wasn't comfortable going into ministry. He said, I still believe in Jesus, but, there's obviously some disconnect there with him and the Bible. And nevertheless, for some time, he was watching my channel. I don't know if he still does. So I don't, at one point he was encouraging me to debate certain people. So he probably is kind of deconstructed like I am, but I don't know how far. And so I don't know his true stance. I just can tell you what I know, and I don't know everything. Joe says, Doug's too much. Team Stone Miser. Oh, Stone Miser. I'm too much. That's from the song that the Heat Miser and the Snow Miser sing on the Year Without a Santa Claus. Good reference, Joe. And Hunter Girl says, I couldn't care less equals I don't give a fuck. Actually, I like I don't give a fuck better. I should start using that more often. It's a good one. It's a good one. And Melanitis says, don't take Doug for granted. Never take Doug for granted. Maybe quartz. Maybe sandstone. Diamond even. But not for granite. And Ontological Shock says, by the way, I might partake of the burning bush. Hell yeah. But I don't recall emailing you. I think that must be someone else. Thanks for the Burbs update. Ontological Shock. Well, who was I thinking of? You know what? Maybe I was thinking of the wrong person. Who was it that emailed me recently that we were talking about a particular thing? Oh, I apologize. It was Sufficiently Advanced Tautology, another philosophical name. You've got Ontological Shock as a philosophical reference. Tautology is a philosophical reference. I got them mixed. I apologize. Adam Camrona says 2 great 80s origin story animations are Dune Extended Prologue for TV and the Godmakers documentary. They're both oddly similar. I'll have to check them out. I don't watch a whole lot of movies because I hate fun, but maybe one day. And Peapot Fairy says the idea of nothing existing is so absurd that there's no way to even express the concept in a coherent way. That's actually the truth. It's hard to imagine. My thought is, if there was ever nothing, then there would never be something. Nothingness has no causal power. I don't see how it could cause anything to come into being. Dexter says 2 things every kid needs: book and a globe. True. Not the Bible, unless you're trying to deconvert them. Good question. Says, I can tell Captain Strawman spent decades looking for his lost marbles at his granny's shed. Yeah. I know they're in there somewhere, along with my linguistic PhD. And Daddy Todd says, and they have to tear the fat cell from cell when they perform liposuction. Should we ban that as well? True. I mean, a cell, well, are cells alive? I don't know. Nevertheless, there's a lot of procedures that we utilize that Christians don't have a problem with, and they are akin to problematic beliefs, like in vitro is killing a whole bunch of fertilized eggs. Piedmont Ferry says almost all late-term abortions are done in order to save the mother's life. Yeah, that's true. If you just look at the stats, most people who are in that situation don't want to be in that situation. And Kirilia, thank you for the super chat. Says my first super chat seems lost, so another one is needed. Well, Kirilia, I read it earlier. I apologize because I don't. Again, as I was saying, I don't read them in the exact order that they come in, but it's right here. We just read it a little bit ago. Friends, I don't read all of the super chats in the order in which they arrive. And I have really good reasons for that. I've worked out a system over the course of time, specifically because, we need a system to do it. Anyways, my friend says, much love from Germany. Well, hello, all the way in Germany. Love your streams, even though it's an ungodly time for me always. Well, I apologize that it's a bad time for you. I don't know if it's morning or night for you, but after the summer, I'll be doing more night streams, which might be a better time for you. But thanks for watching all the way over in Germany. Auf Wiedersehen. Guten Nacht. If it's nighttime, Guten Nacht. Hope you have a good night. And good question. Says Christian short circuit with Paul disregarded Jesus and Yahweh's wishes for the law. It's worth hammering. Is it worth hammering that home? I think it is. I think if you can show that there's a fundamental disagreement between what Jesus said and what Paul said, you're showing a huge problem. Christians, Protestants, put a lot of weight on Jesus died to get rid of the law. Divine, thank you for the super chat, says, it's so ironic that the only thing helping religious people to disagree with the monstrous dictates coming from their book is to have an atheist present them for digestion. Yeah, it's true. They're not reading it. They don't know any of this shit is in it, which is why we have to do this. Matthew, thank you for the additional $50 fucking super chat. That's humongous. Damn, Matthew. You're off the charts tonight. Just an extra gift. You grew up adopted and only child. Love, you are father. I know you're kind and a good dad. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So I grew up. Oh, you grew up. I think you meant you grew up adopted and an only child. So I've got an only child. Not adopted. I don't want to say too much. There is a possibility in the not so distant future I'll be adopting, but there's a number of things that have to happen before that. I do love children. I've always wanted a house full of them. It just happened to be that I was only able to have one because, not all your dreams come true, is what it is. But my son is spectacular and fun and adorable, fucking handsome, and really enjoyable to be around. So you'll never hear complaints from me. And Matthew, thank you so much for supporting my friend. Good Ferryman, thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, hey, Justin, I've deconstructed officially for around 3 years and a big book nerd. Fuck yeah, readers are leaders. I have a lot of the books for religious study and deconstruction, but I'm always studying and looking for more. What top reads do you recommend? Okay, so I always recommend a scholarly resource for understanding the Bible. I love, if you're just starting out, single volume commentaries. The Oxford Bible Commentary and the Jerome Bible Commentary are probably the two best. They're amazing single volume commentaries that are concise, that will give you the scholarly information and background. Now, if you want to get a series that's not huge, you don't need a whole bookshelf, I would get the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds. Get the Old Testament volume, it's 5 volumes, and then get the New Testament. They're amazing. They will teach you the context behind these Bible verses, behind the practices, behind the cultures, where sayings come from, how idioms work. They're phenomenal. And I know quite a few of the scholars that put them together, and they worked really hard on giving you the best information from archaeology and history to help you understand why the Bible says what the Bible says. those are the 3 resources I would point to when you're just starting out. Sinister Knitter says, do you ever do open Q&A for Bible questions? I do. In fact, I try to do one once or twice a month. I'm just not doing one in June, and I'm not going to do one in August because I'm not streaming on Sunday nights. My Q&As are on Sunday nights when I'm not going to be on the line or on the Atheist Experience. So if I'm not doing one of those 2 shows, I typically will be doing a Q&A session. Derek Connor, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, how dare you commit heresy against our Lord and Savior, Cherry Coke Zero? It is good, though. I will not hear any arguments against it. Keep the barbecue at peak levels. Well, Derek, you'll be pleased to know I love Cherry Coke Zero as well. I also love the vanilla Cherry Coke Zero and the cream soda Coke Zero. A lot of good, and also, the new orange cream Coke Zero, fantastic. But I'm trying to not do pop anymore for my own body's sake. Matthew Mokeen with another $50 super chat. Holy shit, guy is just absolutely off the chain tonight. Thank you for the additional super chat. Fuck typo of U for I. I knew that's what you meant. Which is why I plugged it in there. Don't worry about it. Anyways, wishing you the best. Thank you, Matthew. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I don't know where you're at. The night is still young. Hope you all find another stream after this. I'll try to send you somewhere, and then we'll do it all again on Wednesday. Origami says, when they lie, that's Bible verse, Captain 6-7. Actually, I never thought of doing a Cap'n Bible verse. I like that a lot. I'm going to use that. Thank you for the reference. And Matthew again says, cells are by definition alive. Viruses are where it gets arguably ambiguous, perhaps. That's right, except for, I think, the Medusa virus, they think is possibly somewhere in between the 2. Got to look more into that. But you're right. The cell is alive because it's dividing. It's consuming energy. But viruses technically are not, because it's a non-consuming, non-multiplying genetic, entity. So it doesn't fit the definition. And Fishbait, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, less harsh and more good arguments is my vote. And a little bit of harshness is required. Interpret however you like. Love your style already. Well, thank you. And I like a little bit of both. If I can have a calm, rational conversation, I'll do it. If somebody wants to crash out, I'll do that. It's good to have a mixture. And Watch Juan says, what exactly does God eat? Well, according to the Bible in the Psalms, he eats manna. It says that God rained down the bread of heaven. He says the Israelites ate the bread of the angels. So it's manna. Furtive Batach says, sorry, it meant the Jewish polemic Poliodot Yeshu. I think what you're referring to is the argument against Jesus' lineage. And yes, we've talked about this before on the channel. Jesus' lineage doesn't go back to David, and it doesn't follow like birthright, right? It ends in adoption, and it ends with Joseph, who not the daddy of Jesus. And also, if you think Mary's involved, well, fuck that. Mary doesn't have anything to do with the birthright. Mary could only establish whether or not you're a Jew or a Hebrew, not whether or not you're from the tribe of David. And also, it's true that she was a Levite, according to Luke chapter 1. So, last one from Derek Connor. Huge W. Thank you for sending out 50 DZ Debate Gifted memberships. That is humongous. And 50 more people just got access to the cheat sheet. Huge fucking W. Big, big W. Thank you, Derek. Now, friends, I have to end the live stream. Where can I send y'all? Who is live right now that I can send this horde of amazing people to? I see Skep Talk is currently live on YouTube. Let's see who else is live on YouTube. Well, I don't see any other atheists live on YouTube. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send all y'all over to the line to support Forrest and Shannon Q on Skep Talk. Tell them Justin, Deconstruction Zone, sent you. Go to The Line and go to their Skep Talk stream and say hello for me. If you are on TikTok, oh, they're saying no one's live. Oh, fuck. Huh? No one's live on TikTok right now? That's wild. Let me see if there might be somebody alive on TikTok that maybe we just don't know about. Maybe you guys don't know about them. Oh, Jay Gilmore's alive. Okay. That might be worth heading off to. 1 second. Oh, fucking A. Be Easy. Be Easy's live. All right, hold on, y'all. You guys got to check out Be Easy. It's B-Easy. I'll show you the live stream. Be Easy is a friend of mine and runs a great live stream, and is just an awesome individual altogether. He really has a good job of holding people's feet to the fire without being rude. Really good. But it's B-Easy. Go check him out. Tell him I sent you. And friends, thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for liking and sharing. And we'll see you again on Wednesday.